Welcome everyone. I'll just open the meeting at 9:07 a.m. The Mayor's about 20 minutes away and we'll just adjourn till the CEO's here, please. Thanks.
Reconvene the meeting at 9:25 a.m. Thank you for attendance, councillors. Do we have someone to move on a change of order that will do the minutes later in the meeting from the last meeting? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting for 24th of the 2nd, 21. Meeting 02-24.02.21 held on the 24th of February be shifted to later in the meeting.
Laid on the table.
Laid on the table to later in the meeting.
Okay, all those in favour? 9-0. Declarations of conflict of interest.
We'll do those as we go.
As we go. Righto. Do we need to move on that or not really?
Have to read them out again.
On the table. Anything on the table?
Just on them as we go, George.
Righto, so we'll go onto the agenda then. Okay, item 8.1, Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program and Bridge Renewal Program Offer of Funding and Tender Exemption Request. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to apply for a tender exemption, including the provision of supporting documentation for the Creek Street Upgrade Project AMBI under the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program.
Mr Mayor, were we meant to do the rescind motion first, Councillor McMillan? Or do we just do that?
Oh,
Is there a...
The rescission motion is above that. I just thought normally we did the rescission motion and then we do the other, but I'm just...
What do you think, CEO?
yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll move that Council rescind resolution number 0M-12.2020-20 stating that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to apply for a tender exemption, including the provision of supporting documentation under the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program and Bridges Renewal Program at the time of signing the offer of funding for the relevant programs.
Did you want to read out that recommendation again,
Well,
Deputy Mayor?
okay, and then change it to Council recommend that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to apply for a tender exemption, including the provision of supporting documentation for the Creek Street Upgrade Project AMBI under the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program.
Excuse me, do we need an adjustment there on the word exception?
Yeah,
exemption?
thanks, Councillor
You just
Edwards.
said, Councillor McMillan just said exemption twice instead of tender exception. Should have been tender exception.
No,
Yeah, you said exemption.
Yeah, and we might just put repeal in brackets there if that's okay.
Okay, Deputy Director Cam, you happy with that?
Yeah, no issues there, Mr Mayor. So there was 3 projects as part of the original one, as I said in the background. There's probably 2 that I think more warrant the full tender anyway, so we just can't, if that's the intention, we'll leave Creek Street AMBI to do in-house, but the other 2 can be fully tendered out because I think that's more suitable for the market. So.
Okay, we had Councillor Burkett.
I'll second it.
Yep, the seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I will. Certainly thank the support that we're getting with this from the federal government, and I believe this is a better scenario as we move forward with these projects, and look forward to these coming to fruition. Okay, so no one else has wished to speak. We'll go to the motion. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.1, distressed animals and welfare concerns. I've got a question to the manager. Good morning, how are we going?
I'm well, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I know we've gone to the next item. Can I just double check something? The heading for the previous item had exemption. That may be where Councillor McMullen, we should change that to exception on the way through.
Yeah, CEO, it's probably, the terminology is probably a tender exemption.
Exemption at the top there.
There's exemption at the top, but
Yep.
not, down here it's exception, which is what Councillor Edwards picked up.
Oh, sorry, yeah, yep, no, that's right. It's, the
what's
terminology will be fine either way, so if the heading's updated to exception, that's fine.
We probably just need to double check what it is.
Yep.
Actually. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I
Better
just-
off to get the paperwork right.
Yeah, I just noticed that reference in the heading as I was scanning.
It's got exception in the background down further too.
I'll just find out what the funding agency refers to it specifically and
Yeah,
get the right terminology.
Thanks,
Down further to
Deputy
exemption.
Director Cam.
Yeah,
If you're happy for us to tidy up, we can keep going.
Righto, cool.
Yeah.
Just had a question. Thank you for a detailed report. The only thing was, I wasn't looking at us investigating, but I was looking at a mechanism, and it might be something that we have to ask, a mechanism where it sometimes can be seen that we're not concerned, well, not concerned, but we, just a black line about we don't deal with cruelty issues. And it could be, since we work closely with DAF, whether there's a mechanism that we could actually take in and pass it on to DAF, which would be us working together anyway, and it would be a way that we don't say, oh, you'd have to talk to DAF. We could actually say, look, we can log it, but it's DAF's responsibility. We can log it and pass it on to them, but then it's up to them and you will have to deal with them, you know.
We are currently doing that, Mr Mayor.
Right, so we don't ever say to anyone that, you know, we can't deal, like, we can pass it on, so they could log one, because sometimes they mightn't even know who DAF is or whatever.
We're well aware of that. I would agree that the community perception of who deals with animal welfare is still quite low, and DAF need to do some work in educating the general community in that space, and they acknowledge that as well. As indicated in the report, they've referred that to their corporate communications area for thought on how they can better market and educate people about their, I suppose, responsibilities in the animal welfare space. What we do, we try to educate customers as they call, like we do with anything else, and let them know that we aren't the responsible body. It does concern us. We take all of the details. We investigate what we can, but we let them know that we aren't the governing body, and what they should do is they should contact them. We give them all of the phone number or the website, whichever they're more comfortable using, because a lot of the times DAF need that information. They want to speak to the actual person and ask them more questions. Then we know what to ask, I guess, generally. But what we do in the background is we then type up all of those concerns and email them to DAF anyway, just in case they don't report them, so that the officer can at least go for a drive-by or see what they can do. So, but we don't like to let the customer know we've done that, because what we find in the past is that if we keep doing that, they won't call DAF, and then DAF won't have the stats and they won't be able to ask the questions they need from the customer. So we're still trying to educate them one call at a time, you know, to actually go to the right organisation. But by having that conversation with them about what their concerns are, sometimes we can identify there might be excess animals or barking or something like that that might be being caused by animal welfare, but we can still address it under our powers, under the local law. So we often get some good results that way as well.
But I'm wondering whether it could be something that we could ask staff whether would they mind if we logged it and said, look, we'll report it to DAF but you will then have to talk to them about it. Because then we have done something about animal cruelty and we've logged it, but we can't investigate it because it's not in our,
I can
do you know
definitely
what I
ask
mean?
them.
Like,
Yeah, and I see what you're saying. I could definitely ask them if their call centre would accept us logging it on someone else's behalf. I'm not sure legally where they stand with that in relation to an investigation. I guess it has to be the person that's affected or witnessed it usually that needs to report an issue like that for an investigation. But I do know that in the past, DAF have doing some great work at the moment in how they actually respond to complaints. So generally when we get a complaint from someone, we always ring the person to gather information to acknowledge it. DAF didn't generally do that as part of their normal process. So what they're starting to do is they're actually starting to bring their processes up to the normal complaint management standard where they do actually engage with the complainant and let them know at least they've got the case. So I think what might have been happening before is that people were reporting it, but they were never hearing back from DAF again, so they were assuming nothing was happening, even though DAF were actually taking action. And that's been noted. They send me their monthly newsletter, and that's been noted now that that's something that they're working on in improving their complaints management and investigation processes. So we might see a little bit, I suppose, more acknowledgement from their investigators back to the original complainant, which, you know, at least they'll know then that they're working on the case. In receiving this request from yourself, I actually did go and have a chat with DAF about how they market, and that caused some great, I suppose, inquiry into how do they market to postcodes that don't have an RSPCA, because a lot of their RSPCA marketing is targeted to those postcodes that have an RSPCA, we don't. So how do they better market to our community to understand who they report things to? So they're investigating that. And also they're revamping some of their legislation. So they'll be doing an education campaign once that's finished. So that should hopefully also increase that general information in the community about what DAF does and who to go to. And we're also able to get some stats. So there was 52 animal welfare complaints raised from the Maranoa residents last calendar year. So I'm not sure if, you know, there's not as many out there as we think, or that people just aren't reporting them. And that could be the issue. But I thought that was an interesting stat compared to over 3,200 custom requests that my team completed for that same time period.
So just to be clear, so you know what I'll just find if there's any other questions that I'd like to move something. But what I'd like to find out is if we could log some basic details if DAF would allow it, and then they would have to contact that person and get all the details. But we have actually done something, like you're doing an enormous amount behind the scenes, but we're actually doing something on the visual that we can say we logged it with DAF and see if they will do that. Now we deal with other state government departments that actually do the same for us. They ask us for information and work together. So what I would like to find out is, would they be amenable that since we work together, they would get all the detail from talking to the person. We would have to say that, look, you will have to talk to them. This is just a preliminary thing.
We have to do that by calling their call centre.
Yeah,
So we would have to sit in the queue on their call centre, and I guess what resource would we have to allocate to that?
I think we just need to be a little bit careful, Mr. Mayor, that we're not acting outside a local government's jurisdiction, you know, because we have the powers to do anything required for what's in our area of responsibility. If we start delving into, you know, state and federal, I can see the nexus, but it is actually not our complaint. And if we're starting to manage in any way, I often use the terminology of Chinese whispers. It's probably going to be more frustrating for the customer if they have to tell someone twice, whereas if we can equip them with who best to talk to and help them follow the right path, then it's a more efficient and effective process for them as well. So that we're not double handling the information, or things aren't getting missed. They may tell us something and not the other. So that's the only thing I would suggest that we need to be mindful of.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, but this is really just contact details passed on, and the question would be to DAF, would that be acceptable? If it's not, then we can't do it. So it's really, but we're doing it already from the briefings that I've been told, so it's happening.
We're doing it by email in the back end, but sometimes that's not always great if the officer is away locally, and they do prefer that the customer goes through their call centre so they can record the statistics,
Log
get the
it,
information
yeah.
that they need up front. But what we do if we've got an emergency situation where we think an animal is really in severe distress, we don't want to take the chance that that person may not call, and that's why we email that through to the officer, and they can then assess and triage based on their workload.
It's sort of more the emergency type things
Correct.
rather than encouraging to go to an entity that really can't help them completely with their concerns.
Yeah, so, but I understand that, but I'd like to move that,
Got a question.
please go ahead. Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Sam, taking everything on board that you shared this morning and what's in the report, I just wonder, we've got a lot of tabs on our front page on the website. Could we add another one which is something to do with animal concerns? And this is only as good as the people that go to the website, right? But if you've got a concern about your neighbour that's got some issue, you might do a little bit of research, and your default will be to go to council in the first instance. Could that be where we provide the facts? We don't have an RSPCA here, so that's not where you go. It is actually DAF. These are the contact details, and this is the best way to lodge any concerns that you've got in terms of animal welfare. At least there's a start where people can go.
We do have that on our website now.
Where is it?
But it's under the community safety page.
Yeah, see, people won't think about that. But if it's one of these green tabs, you know, they'll click on that, and if it just says the responsible agency in our part of the state is DAF, this is how you contact them.
Yes, because all that content's there, it's just directing
Bringing
the
it to the
customer
front.
there.
Yep.
So when we're on the phone to them, we let them know that it's there, and we'll often talk them through, you know, are you in front of a computer, click on this page, you know, or sometimes we just let them, if they put in RSPCA, it will take them straight, or animal welfare, if they Google, it'll take them straight there from Google. And it actually they have a lovely page that says, these are the things that we do. It's quite easy to read. This is what we'll ask you. This is the information that you'll need to have ready when you contact our call centre. There's no way to log a request online to them. You actually have to ring them. They don't have that facility at the moment, so.
Just on that though, councillors, we are looking at doing a refresh of our website, so that might be something else that we can consider, like commonly asked questions and how best to get people to the right place first time.
Right, I'd like to move that this lay on the table for information about working with DAF on preliminary notification of a customer's concern about. Sorry.
If you can follow up there, Ms. Mayor, you can see what I'm typing. That this lay on the table about working with.
To receive information from DAF on how could it be possible to log with DAF on a customer's behalf a preliminary notification with customers' details
With their customer
details for follow-up. In the interest of encouraging residents to report issues. So from an officer point of view, do you understand what I'm talking about? Just name and phone number. This is the issue. We've said we've logged it, so we've done something visible, and then they would investigate it. We're not getting in their business, right? But we would not say, oh, you'll have to talk to, because I think it frustrates people when you say, oh, that's not our department. And it's like, oh, there's like a big black line here, whereas it's a lot of grey out in the community. But really just ask, would they have a mechanism, or would they consider it, or is there a possible way that we could log it? Because, and I'm not for 1 minute saying that we would be encouraging to be doing this, but when we're dealing with it and someone says, you know, then we can just do that preliminary thing. And it may be like, because I know in other departments, they do it to us. They ask questions and they pass on stuff, but we don't get into their business and vice versa.
The only thing that I could see a problem with that is if the customer won't provide their details.
Oh, yeah, and then we can't do anything.
No, and that does, a lot of times people in those sorts of cases, they're worried about retribution, things like that. So they won't provide their details, but in that case, we're still getting the information if we think the animal's under distress now and
definitely.
preventing it anyway, because we do care, you know, about the animals.
And that's all confidential in the back end of what you're doing, so.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions, councillors?
So Mayor, respectfully, this is now not a laying, it's not a procedural motion. It's
Okay, well, I'm happy to move it as a motion anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
So to be that further investigation be undertaken with all those things you want.
And just to clarify that, that's not all the details of the event, that's just that there is concern, so we're not getting into investigating for DAF and all the rest of it.
Could we suggest, Mr Mayor, whether it is possible to log?
Yep. And I'll read that again. That further investigation be undertaken with the department, DAF, whether it's possible to log with DAF on a customer's behalf a preliminary notification with the customer's details to follow up in the interest of encouraging residents to report, or we might say animal welfare issues.
CEO, the Mayor changed order to.
Here, to follow up.
That's what the Mayor said.
To follow up. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen, any opposition?
I'm just double checking what DAF's current, it changes a little bit.
And it could be something that they might even look in a future to be able to do. See, it mightn't be something that they do now, but it could be working together with.
Department of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Yeah.
Biosecurity Queensland is
Is it?
acceptable,
Right.
as well for the entity.
Well, how about we, biosecurity. Log with them on accounts. Whether investigation be undertaken with Biosecurity Queensland, whether it is possible to log with them on a customer's behalf, log with them. Behalf, preliminary notification with their customers' details to follow up in the interest of encouraging residents to report animal welfare issues. You happy with that?
Yep, I'm happy with that. Is the seconder happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll speak to this. I have seen residents frustrated, and I do understand there's different demarcations in who looks after different issues, but I do see that local government and state government work very well together. So this could be another opportunity to make sure things don't fall between the cracks, and it'll be a better outcome for the animals of Maranoa. Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I can call for a division. 11.2, agreement for licence to use facilities, Mitchell Workshop. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I move that Council 1 authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign the agreement for licence to use facilities between Department of Transport and Main Roads, TMR, and Maranoa Regional Council for the use of the Mitchell Workshop facilities from the 1st of April 2021 to the 31st of March 2022, and to set the fee of $127.20, excluding GST per day.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.3, new fee, community safety. I've got a question on this one. Would this be taking, if we do this, and I understand the convenience of it, would these collars ever be available to buy off local businesses that might be in this business, or could they buy them now, or is there an opportunity for us to source them through a local business? Or
There's no local businesses that I did a ring around
Right.
to see. It's not been state legislation in Queensland before, and they're a very specific collar. The stripes have to be like a certain width and colour and all of those things. So I don't think it'd be beneficial to the, like local businesses to stock them, because they wouldn't get a huge turnover of them, in all honesty. I did think about that, and likewise when we're offering regulated dog signage or dog tags, I'm very mindful of, whether we could be seen as, disadvantaging local business, and there hasn't just been, because there's not a large turnover of this type of item.
Righto.
What it does is it helps animal owners to become compliant more quickly by providing them that convenience of being able to get it locally, but also to, I've factored into the cost, our freight costs. So, and sometimes these regulated online, I suppose stores, they have specials. So sometimes it may be better for, the dog owner to just buy it online and get it delivered. It'd probably be cost effective, but if they don't have that ability or they don't want to, at least then we can get them compliant quickly by offering it in-house. So that was the whole purpose.
And how many would you expect a year you'd sell?
I hope not many would be my target, because that means that there's less dog attacks and less aggressive dogs out there. But at the moment, we've also got existing regulated dog owners that will have to, acquire these collars, which will be probably a subject for another report later on as to how we move forward with that. But in the meantime, we're just waiting for the legislation to be updated formally, and we're getting ready and being on the front foot to have these collars. So at the moment, we're up to our 80th dog attack investigation this calendar year, but not all of those dogs have been regulated or required regulation. So it's very hard for me to predict. So at the moment, I'm just ordering a couple in each size to have in stock, pretty much.
Any other questions? Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that council adopt the proposed new fees and charges as follows. Regulated dog collar small, $35 including GST. Regulated dog collar medium, $40 including GST. Regulated dog collar large, $45 including GST. And regulated dog collar extra large, $50 including GST.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.1, Injune Memorial Hall shade structure. I've just got a question on this one. With the two different options that's been put forward, is the fixed option, is that insulated? Or more just like tin sort of thing, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's probably hasn't been detailed out at that stage. It's architectural at this stage, but if there was concerns around installation, it's something that can be incorporated in in the detailed design. But yeah, essentially it's just been sketched up architecturally, and that. So yeah.
Righto. And what consultation? I note there's some consultation happen, but are we planning consultation with this?
So,
Follow-
Mr. Mayor, there was some initial consultation with the sketches, but it was sort of more off the back end of the CHIPS discussion at the CHIPS building. So I don't feel comfortable that we could, hand on heart, say that we've had substantive consultation on this particular matter. It was a bit of a, to say the least, a bit of a sideshow to the CHIPS, just to sort of show these initial images. The reason the report's here, as you can appreciate, I just need council's understanding that if there is interest in looking at option one, we haven't got the budget. I definitely don't want to go to consultation for option one because it's currently exceeding the budget. So that's why I just wanted to bring it back here first to sort of see whether there was an appetite. That the initial consultation as part of the CHIPS building discussion indicated that option one was probably the preferred. But as I said, it was more of a sideshow than the actual main consultation on the shade. So the bit of background behind the architectural, and I've outlined it in the background of the report. This facility is iconic. A town hall's iconic to a town. So that's why we've just gone to a bit of extra effort to sketch these up so we can align expectation with what's delivered, rather than just a bit of a text to say this is what we're doing. So because I just don't want to mess with the facade of that building and people say what have we done, sort of thing. So it's
Yeah, well, I would like to, so on this one here, I would like to move that,
Sorry, Mayor.
yeah.
Are we out doing?
Yeah, please go ahead. Have you got a question, have you?
Yeah, I do, thanks.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Director Cam. So I noticed in the report where we could potentially get the extra $50,000 for them, but there's still a shortfall of $15,000. Do we have an idea, or is that where we should come up with an idea where we might get that budget, because it is still a shortfall?
Yeah, yep. I'm confident there will be that 15 there somewhere. It would be a decision for council to still have to reallocate it, but I'm confident. I mainly, that comment in the report was just to highlight that the substantial chunk of it would be quite an easy transfer if Guida Laycock Park was something that could be deferred for a year or whatever. But I'm confident that I would, as an office, be able to recommend where to find that other 15 quite comfortably if we need to. But ultimately, that will still come down to a decision of council. That 15,000 is not just sitting there; it would have to be
Come from somewhere.
But there is a potential that maybe a project is delivered under budget that releases as part of a project there. But
And my second question is, I did note in the report that input into the report, there's Injune LDO and some staff members. Would that include our Specialist of Sport and Recreation, Fiona Vincent?
correct, yep. Fiona's well aware of where this project's up to. I've even asked that staff member that if this was supported, just to get some assistance with the consultation, if we were to go out to consultation up there, because obviously very aware of the best way to engage with that community. We'd use have your say as a given, but we've realised that sometimes it needs to be supplemented with other methods there. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Deputy Director Cam. So if this, if you did go with the flat roof structure option, how do you determine the cost on these things, and who would do the job? Would it go out to tender or something, or how does that work?
yep. So the step forward from here would be if there is support, it would be to go out to consultation first, but then if option one, the flat roof, was to be progressed, it gets detailed designed up. You can't, obviously a builder can't build off an architectural plan, it needs to be designed. Then that just goes out. Council's got no no current building licence to build. So this is an obvious one that would go out to tender. And that the question about how do we come up with the costs at this stage, very much use what they call like a Rawlinson's handbook, which is just square metres of roof space. This is sort of likely the cost, and that it's not a guarantee. The market will always sort of give us an indication of what things actually cost, but it's the best tool that we can use at this stage of the project.
Possibility of being under or over? Yeah. Could save the money, like 15 grand on the underside, or it may go over anyway.
Yeah, it could go either way, but yeah, it's hard for me to give any
also
sort of...
largely depend on availability of the workforce there too. With experience at the moment, it's very difficult to get any sort of builder at the moment. A lot of our projects identified in this year's budget hit that wall at the moment because we just can't get anyone to actually respond to our tenders because everyone's so busy at the moment. And when you're in that situation, you find you are paying a premium as well. So,
Thanks.
Councillor McMullen?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think, yeah, I suppose we can't debate it. I'm not going to debate it, but yeah, I'm not shade sales, in my opinion, might be cheaper, but it's
Not down the track.
no.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor,
Yeah.
I've noted that in the report.
Yeah.
I'd probably be a bit concerned that it might, in brackets, cheap out the frontage there. But it was all we could do as officers to say, here's what the budget might deliver. Is it the best outcome? I'm not sure it's the right spot for it. It's more of a treatment for a playground style thing as opposed to in front of the memorial hall at a town. So.
For you, Mr Mayor Cameron, what's the lifespan of that, those sales?
Generally, you'd want to get that. They typically come with a warranty of about 15 years. So, like, give you an example, Arthur Street Car Park here in town, it's been in there for about 15 years and it's starting to show signs of fade and that sort of thing. So, you'd want to be able to get 15 years out of them. There's all different types of fabric, obviously, but I'd generally be recommending the Australian-made fabric for here because we've just been burnt by cheaper alternatives. So you'd want 15 years minimum. So.
I've just got a question. Do you have any concerns that what's in the pictures is too modern for that? Like you said, with the town hall is a very iconic thing. Is what's suggested in the pictures like too modern to be out the front, or would it, like when it's designed up, then it might be something different to that, but still a roof?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, good comment. There is always the risk, like putting new with old, but I think you could manage that. Like, there's obviously some in the picture. There's some planter boxes in and around, like 2 planter boxes there where stuff could be built. There's ways you could stone pitch them with local sandstone from Gunawan. You, instead of using just a general timber, you could either match the timber of that underside of the soffit with either spotted gum, which is the hall flooring, and they're pulling spotted gum up West Grove Road at the moment in some spots, or obviously cypress, pines. But I think there's a nicer tie with the hall because it's got a spotted gum floor. You could sort of have the soffit spotted gum. So I think if you went cypress there, you're sort of going to start clashing with the main information centre, which is heavily cypress pine. But there is the chance that it's a brand new structure going in front of an old one that might have paint flicking, like paint starting to deteriorate, faded paint, faded corrugated iron roof. Like, it's going to look new versus old, but I think there is a way to mitigate some of that. But it will still look a new structure against an older building. In terms of too modern, we've tried to keep the flat roof coming out. So obviously you've got the apex roof of the main hall. It then transitions onto a flat piece at the front. Tried to keep the flat look there from it. There was a comment about potentially taking that roof back to an apex, but I think that would detract significantly from it, because you go from an apex to a flat to an apex, it won't look great. So, but the one, my genuine concern with this project is it is funded under the Works for Queensland funding. It needs to be spent by 30 June. So it might be something that we need to genuinely look at if there is concern about it, and we need to take the time to deliver this, or this time frame is going to potentially restrict local contractors from pricing this. It could be an option that we bring a report back to consider reallocating that fund so that we can make sure we meet the expenditure, because that's just a genuine concern. If this is going to sort of, if we're a little bit uneasy about it and want to get it right, we've got a very tight time frame at the moment. So,
And getting contractors at the moment before 30 June is going to be almost impossible, I think.
it will be difficult. Yeah, it's a project that I think lends itself, if there's a competitive price, it lends itself to a local building it, because it's bread and butter for locals. It's in front of a memorial hall that you want that local ownership, provided that the prices are competitive. But
Have you got any footpaths or anything that could be done for using that Works for Queensland money that could be delivered? Or
Mr. Mayor, I would just have to spend 2 or 3 hours just getting my head in that space around that. I think I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it, but from some of the questions I'm hearing today, I probably need to do that and get a report to the next meeting pretty quickly, so that we can still work through this project, but we don't have the vice of the funding sitting over us to make a decision and that.
I've got a question.
please go ahead.
Through the chair, timeframe wise, Cam, if we signed off on this today and we go out to public consultation over the rest of March, and then it won't be a tender and you'd be looking for quotes because of the price, I'd imagine. That takes us into April. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, because I hear what the Mayor says around contractors, but the contractors I've spoken to in recent times about another project, they are looking for some work at a particular level. Doing some odd jobs at home, probably not, but the bigger stuff, they do have capacity. So getting it done by the 30th of June, if we move quickly with consultation, it's probably still realistic where we are today. You wouldn't want to push it out too much further. But.
Yeah, I probably I wouldn't have recommended what I did if I didn't think it was possible. But there's nothing left in it. And that, so if a consultation comes out and the community's split 50-50 and that, well, we'll have to work through what that looks like, and it would make the project difficult. But
just most of the contractors that I talk to are extremely busy all this year, so it's interesting that there's some that have still got work, need work, or looking for work.
We're having to re-tender at the moment on a quite large job that we brought to council previously a few weeks ago, and we're having to re-tender it again now. It was a substantial job and didn't get any interest at all.
How big's the job?
It's
you probably don't want to say, but
it's a significant amount, and it has been council.
This is a sweeter point here, isn't it?
It's a significant amount. It's quite a large job, but an ideal one for a local.
Any other questions, councillors? I'd like to move that we undertake community consultation on options for shade structure in... Sorry, go slower.
Okay, ready to go.
Undertake community consultation on options for a fixed shade structure in front of the Injune Memorial Hall So, and that would be A, architecturally designed flat roof structure. And then the next point, no, point 2.
Oh, could we just put that in brackets?
Yeah, is that, Deputy Director, is that all right? If we just go on the flat one?
So, Mr Mayor, if I understand that one correct, it would be just going out to consultation on the flat roof structure being option 1. Yep, and not the option of the shade.
Sail.
Yep, so that, well, I understand what that says, yep.
If we just change on our flat roof structure, that probably simplifies it a little bit, do you think,
Righto.
Mr Mayor?
Yep. And if we could have,
Sorry, Deputy Director.
Yeah, so yeah, Julie, would it be possible just to put option 1 in brackets?
Option 1,
Just
yep,
because
that's
it ties it to the drawing, if that's okay, just so that I'm 100% clear that's the one we go out with.
but I just didn't want you to limit to exactly that, so you might have come up with another flat structure that was a little bit different. Do you know what I mean? Like when
Do
you
wanna
go through it.
EG option 1?
Okay, yep.
And then point 2, can send written correspondence,
We
To-
could just say send correspondence.
but yeah, I'd like it written rather than verbal. Written correspondence as well to each community group in Injune that uses the hall for their feedback. So what I'm saying, community consultation sometimes is verbally and whatever, as
But
well as,
We've got correspondence.
yeah,
there.
as well. So it's so we get that written advice back. 3, note that the delivery of the, and it's the same as the recommendation 3. Just turn it into 3. And 4 will be 3. Because RSL, when they have their services up there, I think the benefit of some extra shade outside the facility would be very beneficial too. So there's plenty of people that need consultation on, you know, how we'll benefit. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor
Do you
Guthrie?
want to just have a look at that?
Yeah, I'll read it again. That council undertake community consultation on a flat roof structure, e.g. option 1. 2, send correspondence to each community group in Injune that uses the hall for their feedback. 3, note the delivery of the architecturally designed flat roof structure, option 1, will require an additional budget allocation of $65,000 to complete. 4, to be presented with a subsequent report following the community consultation, so the scope and budget for the project can be confirmed. Righto, we have a seconder. Any opposition?
Not opposition.
No.
I just wonder, Mayor, in point 2, sending correspondence to each community group, that's important. But Injune and the broader district is a small community. It wouldn't take much to do a mail out, unaddressed mail out to everyone.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm happy to put that in there as well, including, at the end, including unaddressed mail out.
To Injune and district.
Yep. Is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I certainly will. I do believe this is an opportunity. I've noticed it doesn't rain all the time, unfortunately, but I've noticed that having some extra protection outside from rain, but also taking the heat off out the front of the hall in Injune could be very beneficial, and there is some services that the RSL do conduct sometimes there, and I think this could be beneficial for the whole community if we get their feedback and listen to the different stakeholders to get this right. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All
Who was the seconder?
Councillor Guthrie.
Oh, thank you, councillor Guthrie.
Well, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
I think
Morning tea. Okay, we can be going a bit early if you want to. We can't really get through it. So we'll break now at 10:15, back in half an hour. Item 12.2, request for access driveway works. Lot 3 on RP 42263 and Lot 2 on RP 42263. We got any? I've got a question. To me, it's been a safety issue, the pavement down there as well, because it's a footpath as well as a driveway. With this, if this is approved, will that fix the sort of hot mix footpath through there, would you expect?
Mr. Mayor, it would. It wouldn't. The short answer is it wouldn't. It purely is just to fix the curb profile. So, like, if you can see from the pictures in the report there, I'll just grab the right page number.
Oh yeah, so it's just a cement version.
Yeah, sorry, on page 40, the top photo, you can sort of see how the driveway is cut out and that, whereas the image just below it on the same page, sorry, is the cutout driveway. The image on page 41 shows the curb sort of, it's a semi-mountable curb. So the money is purely just to cut that piece of curb profile out, lay it back like a driveway. We have done some work there, some maintenance work, but it would probably be more of a substantial budget item that could be considered for next year or whatever. If council wanted to concrete through there or do some sort of footpath works, but
Or even the bitumen, the bitumen footpath part of it.
Yeah, could do some asphalt in there, but any work we do now wouldn't impact that being done in the future.
You mean removing bitumen? No, I mean that when talking to the business owners down there used to be bitumen there, and it was just where people would walk through. And the feedback I've had is that it's a safety issue, and really for pedestrians' sake, just like to make it, a level surface of something through there would be beneficial.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah, across the driveway, but also because people still walk down there, don't they? Through there. So basically a level surface, like not just the cement. I understand we're fixing that, but I think when they're talking about the driveway, that there used to be either, hot mix or whatever it used to be across there till the next bricked one,
Yep.
So that'd be a budget item, would it?
Would them comments have been fairly recent or?
Oh no, they've been talking all the time, and of course we have had people fall over at different times. Sometimes they don't report it, but just on uneven surfaces.
Yep, that's fine, because we have spent a fair bit of maintenance work at that site. I just don't know whether that predates, like we've gone in there and done a fair bit of bitumen work already, just under footpath maintenance. So I'm not sure whether that predates that, but we definitely have gone, especially in front of Moores there was a lot of trip hazards. They've been in there and fixed that up. So,
okay.
When I say fix it up, it's not it was a maintenance activity, so we've done what we can with what we've got. But if we're envisaging more of a footpath, a really smooth footpath through there, it's probably something that would warrant a bigger budget item. The complaint specifically relates to the profile of the curb.
Right,
Used
gotcha.
to be rolled back, as you can see on page 40. page 41, it's semi-mountable. Someone might ask, can you still drive over semi-mountable? You can, but it still would be, it'd still be a bit of a jut there, and that, so.
Councillor McMullen?
Mr Mayor, some of the issues you're talking about is the actual driveway entrance to the premises.
Oh, no, actually for pedestrian.
No, but I mean the driveway to go.
Oh, just generally across there. You can see that picture on, on page 40, the top of page 40, where you've got your brick pavers there. And I think that's now, it's all, now it's been replaced since then, hasn't it?
That's correct. It's all hand-laid pavers now.
Yeah. So really from there up to heading towards Vital Health, that area, you know what I mean?
Under the policy, the driveways are the responsibility of the business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not in between them, but.
Yeah. But the only difference is in this, because there's multiple driveways and that, there's still pedestrian access, and I think that needs upgrading, but maybe that's for the budget that we have to bring that up.
I think that would be the more appropriate. It could be a Q3 budget or a 21-22 budget consideration. There's a bit more in that just than.
Sure.
Yeah, as I said, we've definitely done as much as we can with maintenance, so I think it will get it down the road a little bit. But if there's something more substantial, I think the main concern here is just traversing that curb. Is
sure.
Where the frustration's really coming in. So.
And is there a time where that's far more cost effective if we were to hot mix it across there or something? Like at certain times, can you connect it in with other jobs? Or is
potentially, Mr. Mayor, yeah. The issue with hot mix is that...
or whatever you suggest.
Yeah, there's not really an opportune time. I think the value out of this is to make sure that we're now aware that there's a potential to be doing future works at that driveway side on the footpath. Just making sure that's not a one-trick pony that needs to be pulled back out if we were to do the footpath works there.
Yeah.
It can just tie straight in and that. So I think that's probably the absolute best we could get out of it. Yeah. Yeah,
righto. Because what I'm, and I'll bring it up again, is really for pedestrians. Yeah, Okay, any other questions, councillors? Do we have anyone to move on 12.2? Councillor Ladbroke.
I'd like to move that council approve the proposed works for access driveways to lot 2 and 3 on RP 42263 with funding to provide from the 50% footpath contribution allocation budget.
So, Councillor Ladbroke, did you mean to say with funding to be provided from the footpath, 50% to be provided?
To be provided from the 50% footpath contribution.
Yeah, so it's exactly as the resolution.
As the recommendation.
As a recommendation. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.1, development application for material change of use, intensive animal industry, and ERA 2-1B reference 2020/225. Do we have any questions, councillors? Please go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, can I just hear what the officers have to say on it?
Okay, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor. This development application is for a cattle feedlot of 3,200 cattle units. It's on a large rural property close to 6,000 hectares in area, and it's located on the Condamine Highway, about 25 k's northeast of Surat. This particular proposal was previously approved by the Wurroo Shire in 2007, and the applicant didn't end up developing it at that time, so their approval since lapsed and they've reapplied for the same development. So we've done a fresh assessment on it. The application was publicly notified and we did receive submissions about it. Of the properly made submissions, there wasn't any received from residents of the Maranoa region. The closest ones were in the Brisbane and Scenic Rim area. We did, there were a lot of valid issues raised in the submissions. They included things such as potential risks of impacts on the environment, vegetation, water usage or contamination, and they also discussed things such as impacts on rural amenity as well as how the waste at the facility would be managed. So a lot of those issues in the submissions are actually, they fall within the jurisdiction of DAF, being a referral agency, and they're addressed through the environmental authority that DAF have issued for the use. And as part of DAF's conditions, they require that the feedlot operate in accordance with national guidelines and codes of practice which address those concerns of the submitters. And on assessing the application as per the criteria that council consider, we have determined that the proposal complies or can otherwise be conditioned to comply with that criteria, so we're recommending that it be approved on that basis.
Another question. What, in the categories, where does this sit as far as the different size of feedlots that can be approved?
In the scale of beef cattle feedlots, it's relatively small, this number of cattle units, 3,200.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Oh, just one through you, Mr Mayor. Daniel, that I just found that we're how far from the boundary. So the neighbouring properties closest to north, south, whatever, on there, have they had no complaints from those guys at all? On the bottom side, none at all, like no concerns?
No, through you, Mr Mayor, we didn't hear of any concerns from neighbours. I think the nearest sensitive receptor is over 6 kilometres away from where they're proposing to set up the feedlot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Chair, Manager Danielle, it may be in here, I've missed it. When they submitted this application some time ago, were there any objectors then?
That's a good question. I don't know that we have that information on hand.
And a follow-up, while Jess is having a look, how long ago did they submit it?
It was approved in 2007, so around that era, and I think they might have extended that approval but still didn't take it up within the time frame, so.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
There were no submissions received.
Okay,
In 2007.
thank you.
Yeah, Jess has actually got a copy of the Wurroo approval there, so.
Any other questions, councillors? Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that the application for a material change of use for an intensive animal industry, 3,200 standard cattle units and environmentally relevant activity 2.1b, intensive animal feedlotting on land situated at 3154 Condamine Highway, Walk-on, Queensland 4417, properly described as Lot 22 on WV 1136 and Lot 212 on SP 267094 be approved, subject to the listed development conditions and general advice.
So, yeah, that's how we've got to do it? Yep. Okay, we have a second, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Councillors, I met Jess, haven't I? Jess has been before council before, so yeah.
Hey, Jess.
No, thanks for Jess. A lot of work goes into those sort of reports, particularly of an application that size, and Jess took the lead on that one, so.
Thanks, mate.
Yes.
Thank
Well,
you.
Danielle.
All those pages.
All that reading I did last night.
Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna step in because next one's about St John's.
Do we have that next page number, please?
390.
390.
That's a fair hole in the thing, didn't it?
Next page.
We might get through. We might. We just might.
Item 13.2, development application for a material change of use, educational establishment and outdoor sport and recreation. Reference 2020/2021-9. Do we have any questions?
Does the officers, through you, Mr Mayor, does the officers have anything more to tell us than what's in the report?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this proposal is fairly straightforward. It involves St John's expanding their facilities to include an oval, an undercover court facilities, canteen, change rooms and a large car parking area. So they're developing this opposite the existing St John's School on land that they acquired through a land swap with Pinaroo. So where Dino Day Oval is there and part of what was previously Pinaroo site, and it's generally speaking it's fairly straightforward. The conditions of approval that we've recommended address amenities, so hours of operation, lighting, potential nuisances to the residents that are nearby. I have just identified that there is an error in the officer's recommendation in one of the notes below condition 34. So this is dealing with the operating hours. The note there says it refers to condition 27, whereas it should be 34. So that's
Note for purposes of condition 27, a large sporting event, and it should be 34, is that right?
yes, correct. The note should accompany the condition above it, number 34.
Just a
Typo.
typo there, thanks, yeah.
Do we need to, CEO, when we move that, do we need to say it?
Sorry, I've got a little technical issue, Mr Mayor, with the
Right.
previous item I was trying to sort.
Any other questions, councillors?
Sorry, what?
This one's 13.2, page 396 is that change. Point 34. Operating times.
.2 it is, isn't it?
Page 396.
No, sorry, this is the
Item's
minutes.
13.2, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have the
Oh, okay.
same page numbers, there's only what I'm,
13.2.
Condition 34.
yeah, what's confusing is that.
It's got signage, the page has got signage and operating times and services.
See how it,
And it goes to 32.
It's incomplete.
that's,
Oh,
yeah,
no
that's why I
problem.
was confused.
You'll get out earlier today, your paper shorter.
Next item is also on the same matter, so it looks as though it might have been split.
It goes right through to,
Oh,
Yeah, that's a different thing, look at it, isn't it? 32 on-site access parking.
it's far.
Good.
Kilos yesterday.
Still up there.
Mayor, I'll move that this lays on the table to later in the meeting so that can be rectified.
We're actually, in this particular case, grateful for the typo, because that
Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Ladbroke, are you in favour? Laying on the table? 9-0.
Page 408.
Thank you. Item 13.3, request for fee waiver Toowoomba Catholic Schools. Councillor McMullen,
Unless anyone got any questions?
any questions?
I'll move, Mr Mayor, that council, one, waive the equipment hire fee and setup fee totaling $618.90. Two, allocate the cost to the in-kind minor GL 2887.2246.2001.
We have a seconder. Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. You all right with that one, CEO?
yeah, that one was straightforward, Mr Mayor.
Cool, excellent.
The computer must have said too many pages.
Well, what a good computer. Item 13.4, request for in-kind assistance, Mitchell Camp Draft Association. Please go ahead.
On item 13.4, request for in-kind assistance, Mitchell Cantraft Association. I, Councillor John Burkett, have...
You can just read the straight from the table.
Yeah, party with interest, Mitchell Cantraft Association, which is a subcommittee of the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club. Relationship of the category, non-government entity where I am an executive officer. I am the president of the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club. Particulars of the interest, the Camp Draft Association is making an application for in-kind assistance with council. The type of conflict is prescribed conflict of interest, and the action, I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. Yeah, so
We'll just check we've got any others, Councillor Burkett, before you go. Any others? Okay,
Thanks, Jim.
thank you. Any other questions? Do we have a mover? Councillor Edwards.
I'll move the council approve the request for in-kind assistance for the use of a water truck, generator, access to water pickup on the western side of Mitchell, slashing of the Mitchell recreation grounds, switchboards, gas bottles for hot water systems at the complex, tables and chairs and rubbish and skip bins. And two, allocate the in-kind cost of $11,601.86 to General Ledger 2, 887.2412.2132, internal contributions. And I was just wondering also, should we add something else there about acknowledging council's contribution? Would I?
You as the mover, what you'd like?
I'd like to add 3. That council council is acknowledged in all forms of advertising and media.
Would you like to say where possible? Because,
Where possible.
yeah, because maybe they can't have control of some of it, so.
Sorry, council is acknowledged where possible.
Sorry, council is acknowledged where possible in all forms of advertising and media. Or all forms of advertising.
And media surrounding the event.
That'll do. Yeah.
And at the event.
Yes.
You want
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And at the event.
When I said surrounding, I meant about the
Around
event.
about the
So
event. Okay.
media about the event, or media in relation to the event.
Oh, my point to Councillor Edwards was at the actual event.
If while they're commentating through the day, give
Yeah,
them MRC a plug.
Which I'm sure they'll be doing anyway.
Yeah.
In relation to and during the event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And then we'll just change the prefix there to go that council approve. Council. Oh, that council be acknowledged. How about that?
yeah, that'll do. I'll read that out again. Okay.
Please go ahead.
And point 3, be acknowledged where possible in all forms of advertising and media in relation to and during the event.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition?
I just have a question, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Manager Ed, when we have a budget for in-kind, and it says here, it's now being expanded, so we just blow it out to whatever we like?
No, through you, Mr Mayor. No, we have to strictly stick to budget. If we don't have budget, then it's my responsibility to recommend council where that's to come from. That should be in the report. So if that answers your question.
Yep.
I will be bringing a report to council on your current status
Yep.
for in-kind and sponsorship at the next meeting.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
We haven't gone yet. Okay, we had a seconder, Councillor McMullen, I believe it was.
Oh,
It
who
was.
was the mover? Sorry then.
Councillor Edwards.
Oh, I've put it back to front. Okay, councillor Edwards.
Okay, now, no other questions, no one wishes to speak, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Item 13.5, Bamba Gill. How do you pronounce that?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Ben McGee.
Bambagee Festival Marketing Request. I've got a question. You know, to me, it's a fair bit of money if we're just obviously doing that part of it. I was wondering, is there any flexibility to incorporate requesting traditional dancing happening on the day, and council could sponsor that as something that would bring a lot of people to come and see that, especially if all the different mobs come and create that culture, which I'm sure, I think they were talking about having markets and so forth. In discussions, have you had is there any flexibility to be able to suggest what council would be interested in tying a contribution to?
Mr Mayor, that's an entirely reasonable request. At this stage, we have not been engaged in consultation, although, like you would recall, when Surat Aboriginal Corporation made the pitch to council there a few weeks ago, they referred to potential for bringing multiculturalism into the event. So it will certainly be our intent to engage in conversation. At this stage, we have not.
Any questions?
Mr Mayor, just a question. Sponsor the Bambagill Festival by way of $10,000 cash. Does that mean we just inject $10,000 into their nominated bank account, or will it be?
Manager Ed, what's the clarification on that one?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is indeed my understanding, that we're providing them with $10,000, and it's coming out of the tourism budget assistance to regional events.
Yeah, could we not pay on presentation of the invoice. I think that's where you're going with it, Councillor McMullen, because then, we've got some
Yeah, I just think.
assurance
that it
as to
should
where it's
be-
going.
Yeah, so we'd say invoice, actually the invoice from the organisers, yeah, not actually invoices of expenses they've incurred. It's similar to what we do with East of the Country. They present us with an invoice from the actual group, and we actually
It's made
pay-
out in their name.
made out in their name, which, yeah,
But
just-
and then we can put that with.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
You need to, probably amend that wording.
Well, it's just not, it's just sponsorship like we've given other people, so obviously, you know, from our accounting, we'd have to have an invoice from them, but it's not as if we're paying the marketing people direct, we're sponsoring that festival, and so that's where the money's going to. The only other thing I've got to say, Mr Mayor, is I'm just referring to the letter, where they've asked what they want, you know, what they're asking from council, and they're asking, they obviously need the support, for the money to actually do the destination video and marketing, not from the dance. They actually have, and we talked about them when they came here. They've actually asked us and told us where their need most is for this sponsorship money. So I'd hate to not be able to give it to where they are requesting.
Oh,
their
yeah,
need.
no.
No, that wasn't.
Yeah, no, I just,
Councillor Ladbrokes next. You're
we,
finished, Dave?
you know, when that work's done, can they bill us, you know, that company, instead of giving them the money? Say when the advertising or whatever they do, they can send it to Maranoa Regional Council and we pay it.
Wouldn't
You
they
know,
want-
instead of just giving them
Why
the
would
money.
we treat them any different to any other organisation that we give sponsorship to?
Yeah, it's a good
I think,
question.
Mr Mayor, what I'm thinking, the way I raised it, just needs to be upon it, receival of an invoice from that group.
Well, they would, wouldn't they?
Well, it doesn't say that, it just says give them cash.
Just give them cash there.
But maybe, yeah, just take the cash. The
Yeah,
cash,
Don't
and
even-
just take that
they
cash,
give us
yeah.
some sort of.
They give us an invoice for
Well, yeah,
$10,000,
It just doesn't look.
wouldn't they?
But what happens if it doesn't, the festival thing doesn't go ahead? And you've given them,
It's not direct.
you know, it's not 100% that it'll go ahead, give them the money.
Well, I'll have a go at moving something.
I think it's the cash word. It's, we just haven't seen that written that way in other resolutions. that
No,
I
I
can
normally
remember.
it just, again, suggest to sponsor the Bambagee Festival by way of $10,000 upon receipt of invoice to support the development of the destination video promoting.
Because they would give us an invoice,
And that's
wouldn't
what we
they?
do with other
Well, that's
groups.
normal
They give us
protocol for
invoice.
council.
The cash is not,
No,
it has the,
Just we take the word just to cash out and just say by way of $10,000 upon receipt of invoice.
because it's not the same as, from my recollection of how we would ordinarily do it. We don't say, here's 10,000 in cash.
I think that the intent's still the same, but it's just probably the wordings can be a bit probably misleading, so it's not.
Okay, so I'm going to move that council sponsor the Bambagee Festival
To the value of,
to the value of $10,000 on presentation of an invoice from the organisation to support the development of a destination video promoting the festival and paid marketing of that video into the Brisbane and South East Queensland short drive market. Provide sponsorship from work order 14482.2537.2001 tourism budget assistance to regional events. And 3, provide a letter of support to Bambagee Festival organisers to assist them in their continued efforts to attract additional grant funding for the event. 4, on the condition that the committee,
oh, that count, this B?
this will be 4,
Yeah.
that the Bambagee Festival
Sorry, Mr Mayor, see how it's got that council.
All
so
right.
It needs to flow from
Okay,
that.
so what do you suggest?
So that, are you after the
Yeah.
recognition?
No. Well, we'll put it down and then I'll get you to tidy it up. That Bambagee Festival agree to a dance festival sponsored by Maranoa Regional Council to encourage traditional dancing at the event, to highlight the First Nations people's culture and traditions.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't think you could put that as a condition. That's more to say you hold them to ransom.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to do it another way, because otherwise it's saying you're not going to give the money unless
Well,
they do that.
I think council needs to get value for money out of this event, like we look at every event. So I don't mind if we put it up the top or the bottom, but we need to put it up there because it was talked about. But I am concerned that if we don't do this, like to say to the ratepayers of the Maranoa that we'll spend $10,000, I think having that event could turn into a big tourism thing for the region, that there is not enough dance groups that can come to this area and perform.
I totally get that, but it's, and I can't use the last one as an example, but if other people we've given money to, we've never said, like say if it's football, we didn't say, right, I'm giving you this $10,000, but I expect the Broncos to be there. You know
No,
what I mean?
but this is the second type of assistance that we've given to this festival, and I'm totally supportive of it, but I do believe that, anyway, we'll do that in the debate. I don't mind if it's up the front, but what I'm basically doing is, it depends if this is supported, but if it's supported, we would pitch to them that we'd be happy to give their request, but we have a request as well, which is the incorporating dance in the festival and council sponsoring it.
Mayor, would you consider having it A, 1, 2, 3, and then a B, which is your number 4? Because they are separate. Like one's for 10 grand to help with the video, to market the whole event, and B, you're saying basically in the event that you want, that you will put on a dance festival, council will help sponsor that. So it's additional money. It's not that 10 grand that's going to help with the dance festival, is it?
Well,
in that way, it's an incentive sort of thing.
Well, yeah, I'm struggling with the $10,000 for the video, but I think if they put on a festival, and if they need some prize money for the festival, that's fine. But I think this is a chance that it could drift away from us, or we could make something that could continue.
But the way that reads, you're saying if you put this on, council will sponsor it.
Yeah, I was saying that, like, because, you know...
$1 value.
No, but I'm saying that, you know, it's like many festivals that have a package, and you get these many things for the amount of package: gold sponsorship, platinum, bronze sponsorship. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to contribute to pay for this, we would like something, because the whole region could benefit from seeing that on the day, and also creating more tourists to come here, because that's actually a real thing that people will come and watch.
So in your mind, you are conditioning 1, 2 and 3 on their acceptance of 4?
Yeah.
So it needs to say that, because the way that reads is that if you put on dance festival, we'll sponsor it.
Yeah.
That's not what you're saying. You're saying you need to put the festival on, the dance festival, and if you don't, we won't do the above. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know, and obviously open to negotiation, but what I'm saying is, to me, that would be good value for money from both angles. Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, would you consider splitting that resolution, please? Because 1, 2 and 3, but 4 is that condition of that.
Well, I think then you've already spent the money, and you really haven't asked for anything from that.
Well, on page 423, it actually tells you what council will be getting as a major supporter of the event by way of Maranoa Regional Council logo and recognition as an event partner on the festival billboard, print and promotional materials, dedicated rear panel on the back of the date claimer DL flyer for the event, dedicated Roma revealed promotional click banner advertisement in all email marketing communications, a full page advertisement in official program, 4 complimentary tickets to the dinner, Maranoa Regional Council signage at the official Bambaji event, and an opportunity to contribute to festival launch PR program distributed to regional and metro media. So they have said what council will get from that event. I guess on top of the fact that they're bringing this major festival to our region, which will be an economic stimulus for our region.
Yeah, but we don't actually get a different marketing event for it. We just get recognition of in the event as a sponsor, obviously, but I understand that.
Where did point 4 go? Gone.
Next page.
You'll need a seconder for this to go anyway.
Yeah.
So can I just, Mr Mayor, maybe the intent is that 4 there, rather than saying that, sorry, CEO, sponsorship, rather than saying sponsorship for the dance part of it, maybe it's just that we're asking for naming of it, Maranoa Regional Council naming.
No, the mayor's asking for something.
I
know,
realise.
like, so basically,
might be a
I
way
would
to
like
resolve
it to actually happen.
Yeah.
That if we've funded Bassett Park and this, that we actually get an event that I believe would have wide appeal to visitors as well as the region.
Yeah, and I think from understanding correctly there too, like obviously they need the $10,000 to develop all that stuff, so they need that funding to do that. The mayor's saying that we would actually like to see the dance festival there, and maybe a way of locking that in, rather than saying that we want the $10,000 to be spent on the dance festival. It might be, well, the $10,000 is sponsorship for you to use as you need put it on, but
Oh, it is.
but maybe the dance festival is actually, the council may have the naming rights as we've had in other sponsorship there too. It might be the Maranoa Regional Council Dance Festival. So.
Well, go Councillor Guthrie and then Burkett.
Maybe, Mr Mayor, the wording should be something like to give, to ask for favourable consideration towards the inclusion of a dance festival. So it's not conditional, the $10,000 is not conditional, but you're actually in the motion requesting that it be considered, that favourable consideration be given to the inclusion.
And
Councillor Burkett.
I think, like, they might be keen on the idea, but they might not necessarily have the manpower to go that next step. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they might have, right, we've got enough people to run this as it is. If we throw, which I think a dance thing would be great, but they mightn't have the resource or the manpower to actually go that next step. And I agree with Councillor Guthrie, adding it in as a favourable consideration. I just think if you start, making a demand thing, it's not going to happen.
And Mayor, we met with them prior to the 18th of the 2nd. They've written to us, they heard your position on a dance festival and they haven't included it.
And maybe down the track next year, if this is a success, they might say, right,
That's
next
right.
year we'll add to it.
Yeah.
The other question is, there may be not a second one, because you've got to have things that really draw the crowd, and hence why I think it's a good idea. Councillor Taylor.
I just got the number 4. So you're saying that we're going to give them the $10,000, but we're also going to give them more sponsorship for a dance.
Well, what I was actually
Is that what you're saying?
I think he was making it subject to the dance.
So, Councillor Taylor, if you need a major sponsor for your event, and they said, yes, we'll sponsor, your mud derby, but we want you to have a race with women in it, or whatever the deal is.
So it's not an additional sponsorship.
No,
It's part of the $10,000.
So the 10,000 is needed to do what they need to do, which
Yep.
they've written to council.
Yep.
But as part of being a major cash sponsor for the event,
You'd like them to consider having a dance.
having the dance from all of the different mobs come there, and this could be an annual thing that we do in the Maranoa, and really draw locals and tourists to hear about the culture.
But you'd have to drop sponsored by
You'd have to,
Maranoa Regional
you'd
Council
have to
then.
drop the sponsored.
Yeah, I don't mind how it happens, but obviously they might come back and say we need some prize money for the event. Well, might have to look at that.
And they can call that.
But what I'm saying is, at the moment, I believe it's markets and it's I think a couple other things.
I think number 4 is better now.
Yeah.
sorry, Mr Mayor, my recollection when we met with them is that they are going to do cultural dancing at this.
No, it was.
I think Councillor O'Neill was correct when.
They are going to have dance.
Yeah, but, well, I think from what Councillor O'Neill said, like, what I'm saying is if you're a major sponsor.
No, what did Councillor O'Neill say, sorry?
Yeah, Councillor O'Neill, I thought, said that I'd already given those views at the meeting and they had come through with this.
But they haven't said it in the letter, but I think Councillor Hancock's right. They spoke about having dances there, but not a festival.
Yeah, because this sounds like we're asking them to have, they're already having a festival, and then we're going to ask them to do a dance festival on top of their festival. But like, don't we just want to incorporate dance, their cultural dance as part of the festival?
As a part of the festival, like the markets would be.
Yeah,
right?
so, because this sounds like a totally
what I'm
different thing.
saying is, it's quite normal for major sponsors to ask for something, and this is what point 4 is about, asking for something.
Asking, it's like it's better now, but
Not directing.
Not demanding.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's the same as like the Kirsten Orbeck day, and I was a major sponsor. I couldn't say to them at half time the main game, I want this to happen. We just say, you know, it's a hard one.
Request.
But
Request
I think
favourable
that's tidied up.
They might say no.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Request that favourable consideration be given to incorporate traditional dancing.
Or do you want me to read it?
Oh, I think it's really
So, just at point 4, I guess, is request that favourable consideration be given to incorporating traditional dancing at the event to highlight the First Nations people's culture.
Mayor, Councillor Hancock asked, can we deal with these separately, vote on them separately?
I'd like to deal with it together. With
Well
that
then, Mayor,
motion.
I'll move that when we go to the vote that we'll be this is a procedural motion that we deal with each of these matters individually.
All those in favour? All those against? Lost 4-5. If I can call for a division. Okay, so we have a mover.
Mr Mayor, can I just,
Sorry.
Yep.
I'm happy to second if you change the wording or if you consider changing the wording. So request that favourable consideration be
Sorry,
given to-
councillors, we need to back up a bit and just process what happened there.
I moved a procedural motion that we deal with the matters individually. And just a point of order, Mayor, you can't amend a motion. You've got to have the seconder and then amend it thereafter.
Oh, yeah, righto.
Well, I said I'm happy to second.
Yeah, and then,
And
yeah,
that
so that
if-
you have to deal with that first and then propose an amendment thereafter.
I thought point 4 was different before Mindigo.
Yeah, I'm just going to change the wording a little smidgen.
Okay, so the first one was, sorry, councillor O'Neill, that
When you say I'm going to move it,
No,
but you
I'll
consider.
on the screen.
I moved the procedural motion and it was put,
that council,
deal with each of those matters individually when voting on them.
on them, and then who called the division? Councillor, the Mayor, Councillor Golder,
Yeah, I did.
called a division.
So do you want to know who was for and who was against?
Yes, in a moment.
O'Neill, Hancock, Taylor were for,
And Burke.
and Burkett. I beg your pardon, Councillor Burkett.
Sure, I don't know your
Who
maths.
seconded that?
Father is an accountant.
Who seconded that?
It's a procedural
It's a
motion. yeah.
procedural
I don't
one.
second that.
When is it different again?
Okie dokie, and we go.
Just make it bigger.
Councillor Guthrie, what change would we use?
Instead of the word incorporating, I would maybe think inclusion. So it's not actually making it incorporated. It's just the inclusion of traditional dancing into the program at the event to highlight?
So you're happy to have that as an event? Because that's the idea, is that different tribes will come.
It's in the program rather than the event, isn't it? It's actually, the event is the occasion and the program is the listing of what's actually going to be included in the event. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because, yeah, it's,
Otherwise
which
it sound like two events and it's one
Correct.
event.
Correct.
be given to the inclusion of traditional dancing in the program to highlight the First Nations peoples. First Nation
So
peoples.
then they might
culture.
advertise a festival including food and
Dancing, food,
dancing.
culture,
Yeah.
gardening,
Markets.
whatever market.
Yeah.
For the second, so you're happy, because what I was proposing, that this would be like a dance-off or something where it's competitive, that they can come and win prizes, whatever the deal is, because they've got to pay for their fuel money to get there and all the rest of it. So is that what your
Yeah,
idea
I
is?
think I'm stepping back from the making it a very, very clear, not demand, but really expressing that that's what we would like included. I think it's more about just making the suggestion and asking them to respectfully consider. And if they're able to include it, or they've got the manpower and the logistics and all those practical aspects, they go, yeah, let's do that. I would hope that they would give consideration. It may be that they're not able to, but that's a decision that they as a group would have to make.
And like they might turn around and come straight back to us the following meeting and say, I think it's a great
Great
idea.
idea, yeah.
They might have the hat out again before you know, like.
Right, so you're happy to
I am.
second on that basis?
That's
Sorry, who moved it?
I moved it, Councillor Guthrie seconded it. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak to it. Always been a major supporter of telling our first history and culture, and I believe that this motion actually suggests more than the concern. It may only be one event. I would like to see it go from strength to strength as an avenue for everyone with their culture to share it with the Australian people. And I'm concerned about many events that only have one opportunity and fade into the distance. So I do believe a dance-off would be something that is needed anyway, and this Bamba Gi Festival could be a springboard, and really, if you know your identity, you go a long way in life. So I certainly would also ask that if the organisers need a hand with this event or manpower, then that would be great to come back to council, since if this motion is supported, that council is in favour of it, and let's solve the issues that might come up on how to deliver it. Does anyone else wish to speak? Please go ahead, councillor.
I just want to speak. I think this is a wonderful event, and I applaud the people that visited council only a handful of weeks ago and presented what their plans were to get this off the ground. I'm a huge supporter of attracting events to our region because of the economic stimulus that will occur. What I find really troubling today is this is the first time that I can recall in my time in this chamber where we were initially instructing a particular organisation to do something in their event. I'm somewhat more comforted now that it's been toned down, that we request that they favourably consider it. But can I suggest to the people that feel so passionately about this particular element, I'm sure they'd love their support from you as individuals to get this off the ground, not through being an elected representative, not through further sponsorship from council, but actually manpower from individuals volunteering. I think that would be a welcome level of support that this group would take up, because I'm with the Mayor. I think this would be a fantastic event, and to see it happen annually, to showcase the Indigenous heritage of our part of the state, but as I said, to stimulate the local economy, and if this ends up being an annual event on our calendar, I think that would be a fantastic outcome.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll sum up. Certainly don't believe we're instructing anyone. I do believe in the word negotiation. I do believe we're dealing with ratepayers' money, and I think it takes serious consideration. And I personally would do this to make this suggestion to any community group where if we're looking at major cash sponsorship, that we do incorporate if we see there's a benefit to the group or festival in doing something. We have just done this today where we've put extra constraints on organisations receiving sponsorship to get them to do extra commitments as far as recognising council. So really having people that will walk through the door with $10,000 and asking, would you consider doing this, I believe is a very positive thing, because the motivation for this is only to look after, strengthen Aboriginal culture, the first culture of this country, and being able to share that with all Australians for the benefit of all Australians. So I think this is actually wanting more for this. And if you look, as I was talking to an Aboriginal person, when they talked about the main events in Queensland, they all have a major dance exhibition, competitive exhibition outlet, and this, I believe, to help the success of this event is needed as well. So I certainly won't shy away from wanting more for this event and more for the people that are going to take part and more for sharing this with the Australian people. Okay, no one else wish to speak. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.7, adjustment paddocks, police paddock.
No. 429.
439?
29.
29. 13.6, Surat Golf Club Incorporated, request for assistance. Councillor Burkett.
I'd move that council acknowledge receipt of request received from the Surat Golf Club Incorporated, and officer report be brought back to council with costings to allow further consideration and deliberations.
We have a second, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition?
I have a question, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Manager Tanya. Just wondering, the reason that this has come to the council table now before, like, the information, is that just so that we can respond to the letter? Or is it because you'd like us to actually talk about the three different options?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reason we brought the report is that the Surat Golf Club was very insistent that they wanted council to consider this as soon as possible, so we wanted to show the group that council was aware of the issue and that we were putting together some costings, because what they are asking for will have budget implications, as there is no money in the budget currently to do the works. We'll need to identify if it is possible to fund the work.
Because they actually have been successful in a grant, which is fabulous. So there will be a bit of a timeline on this as well.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, we have checked out the timeframes, it's fine. There's not going to be, the council considering future meetings, not going to have any implications for their funding guidelines and the timeframes that they have.
Okay, thank you.
So just another question. So with this, they've got a quote by the look of it to do it. Is that what they're looking at, or they want to do something different now? Page 435.
The quote that's attached is for the actual construction of the shed. They're looking for other assistance from council in
Right,
terms
okay.
of demolition of the existing clubhouse. And then they're also hoping that council may consider construction of a toilet block and a financial contribution to assist with the construction and fit out of the kitchen and appliances.
Right. And so is it possible they could look at getting prices for, if they could incorporate a toilet in the shed or something to see if the cost is more reasonable or something?
Mr Mayor, what we were looking to do is bring back a report costing out the 3 requests for assistance that the club has provided to council. Council may want to consider then whether or not council has the funds available to fund any or all of those, all of the requests. And that would be also a good time to have conversations with the group in terms of what they could possibly do with incorporating into a shed.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Manager Tanya,
Yeah.
the old building, was it on septic? Was there septic already there? Like, so if they do get just so if they get a, say, transportable toilet block, they can just wang straight on, ready to go.
I have a question, Mr
Please,
Mayor.
Councillor Taylor and then McMullen.
Manager Tanya, do they use this for anything else? Do they use this for anything else?
Serviceable, you can't use it at all at the moment.
Would
The
they?
old one, you mean?
Yeah, would they use it for anything else? They've got 8 members.
I read here.
Through
All little
you,
things,
Mr Mayor,
big
just
things,
to
right.
provide a bit of extra background on the history. Council has only quite recently become the trustee of the land. Before that, the golf club were trustee directly. They asked council to come on as trustee, and at that time there were certain conversations held in regard to the clubhouse, because when council took it on, the clubhouse wasn't in good condition and wasn't able to be used. So what is now is the situation is council is the trustee of the golf course, the land, and there's a trustee lease with the Surat Golf Club. So now they've asked for assistance with putting a new clubhouse there. So the old clubhouse hasn't been able to be used for quite a number of years So because could of it be condition. used for other things for the community if it went ahead, or is it just for the golf club, or?
It would be sitting on the trustee lease land, so which is for the use of the golf club. If the golf club did choose to open it up to other groups, I mean, that could be something the golf club could look at.
And
Please
through
go
you, Mr.
ahead,
Mayor,
Councillor Hancock.
Councillor Taylor, it always was. Like, it was such a thriving,
To use.
Obviously, it's not going to be replaced in the same, you know, it had a big kitchen in it, it had the bar, it had all that sort of stuff in it, and I'm sure they're going to put stuff back like that. But like when I moved to Surat 20 years ago, we'd go there for meals on Friday nights, and you couldn't hardly get a seat, you know. So I think they are looking at trying to get this facility up and going so that they can grow it again. And I'm sure that being a community group and community minded, that say another community group wanted to hold a meeting there or something like that, that they would certainly be open to being able to use that
I
facility.
was thinking of another sport, but it would have been a conflict for you. What else they could use it as, you know? But then I'd put a conflict.
Just a question. So really, removing the old building and a toilet is the main request. Is the toilet septic?
I did hear, I had, Justin came to me originally, we had a few yarns, and I did hear, I might be speaking out of turn here a bit, that council may even look at possibility, might be able to hook it into the town's sewage reticulations, just there nearby, but I don't know.
Okay.
Which is in the
Through you,
request.
Mr Mayor, that's very good.
Yeah, I haven't read it.
Yeah, and that'll be looked at in the
Yeah.
costings, yeah.
Any other questions? Well, I'd like to move that council...
It's been
Oh,
moved.
we've got a mover? Righto. Please go ahead, councillor Burkett. You've done that. Do we have a seconder?
We have a seconder.
Yep.
All good. Vote on.
Anyone like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd think it'd be great for the town of Surat. Not that I've ever played golf down there, but I'd assume, I've also spoke to Justin Washington, and I think there's a lot of good people pushing behind this, so I think it's a great thing for the town, and I hope it comes to fruition.
So was it councillor Taylor, were you the seconder?
Yeah.
No, I did.
Oh, sorry. Three. I just see it here.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Hancock.
I would. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I just want to congratulate the committee members of the Strat Golf Club to take the initiative to apply for a grant, and they've become successful. It is a small group of people, but they are very passionate about being able to offer golf in the town of Surat. We have a lot of clubs that are struggling in our area, and I just applaud the initiative of the Surat Golf Club and their members to actually take this initiative, and I want to wish them all the best.
To the mover, would you have any appetite to add to that motion that we ask, the Surat Golf Club, whether they have the ability to, would they find out how much it extra would be to put a toilet in their shed?
I think Manager Tanya said that will come in the next stage of deliberation.
Mr Mayor, I think the whole idea of the shed's only 6 metres, I think 6 by 6 metres, only 20 foot by 20 foot, so.
And that's why I suggested the transport or toilet, because for one, it's straight away they can just lob it on site if it's septic.
And I think
And you wouldn't, if it's that
they
size
have
shed.
got their eyes open for one from, one gas company might be getting, but,
Or to supply them one?
well, there might be one available, there's nothing, but that's what they're, one of the things they're hoping,
Mr Mayor, I do believe that they would have considered that
Yeah.
as part of when they decided what they want, and so I do believe they would have considered that.
The only thing, but by the time you get it back and you get your costings, and then if we can't do it or we can do it, then they'll be stuck in the same situation as we've got now. Whereas if they've got a builder coming to do something, it could be how much extra would it be on top of, they've got their grant, but how much to put in the toilet and give them what they need, and it could be a smaller gap, because now we have a situation, it's pretty hard to get builders to do stuff.
But that's what, Mr Mayor, they've got in there, their priority number 2 is construction of a toilet block connected. So they've obviously weighed up, one, that the building's too small, and they've allowed, and they've already,
and
I think as it is,
2.5, 3 years now they've gone without a toilet or
Because your toilet will
or
be
a,
attached to your house.
well, if it's not big.
clubhouse.
I think
Mover
as it,
said no.
yeah.
Are you moving an amendment?
No, it's just, and someone was speaking, so.
Yeah, no,
just
I'm
let
happy
them
to leave it
speak.
as is. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.7, adjustment of paddocks, police paddock, Dargle Road. Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that council, number 1, notify the current licence holders of council's intention to publicly invite expressions of interest over the paddocks on Dargle Road at the expiry of their agreement. Number 2, publicly invite expressions of interest from parties interested in entering into licence agreement to keep and graze horses in paddocks 4, 5 and 8 in Dargle Road, Roma, at a cost of $250 per quarter. And 3, conduct a ballot to decide the allocation of grazing rights for paddocks 4, 5 and 8 Dargle Road, Roma, at a future ordinary council meeting.
We have a,
I have a question, Mr Mayor. I don't know who can answer this. A couple of those, or at least one name there, we had a ballot not long ago. One of those was Cheryl Rogers. Is that block going to be up for
No.
call? Because
2022,
2022.
October
Page
2022.
443.
okay, that's hers there.
Yeah, it's not one of the ones included on her.
Okay,
It's paddock 2.
It's just ones coming up for renewal.
2021.
22.
No, 22,
No,
sorry,
22.
one of
Yeah,
them,
yeah,
sorry,
okay.
that's right.
So these ones are just coming up in the next month or so. Back in June.
sorry.
Second of March.
I'll second.
righto. Got a second now? Councillor Ladbrook? Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Sorry, when did councillor Taylor while ago.
About a minute and a half ago.
Oh,
Yes.
3 minutes, oh, my clock might be different.
Thank you, Emma. Good work.
Councillor Taylor, can you walk me quicker so we can get the time right?
Okay, item 13.8, IDTA off-leash dog park request in June. Councillor Hancock,
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move something, but I just have a couple of questions. if
please
that's
go
okay.
ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Manager Ed. I'm struggling a little bit with the recommendation of that council approve the IDTA's request to investigate the opportunity. We don't have to approve them to investigate something, and then to allow them to assist with funding opportunities and grants for the project. Well, there's no letter from the Injune District Tourism Association attached to actually find out. I'm assuming from point 2 that are they looking at council land? Are they wanting us to fund this, or is it them who's funding this? Is it a community project, or is it so I'm just was struggling a little bit with that recommendation and understanding what it is. I just don't think we should be approving them to go and investigate something, because if they want to do that, they can do that. I was thinking about moving something that said that council give in principle support for an off-leash dog park in Injune, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing something.
So, councillors, yeah, so it basically came out of actually the meeting, there is no letter, came out of the actual meeting on page 448.
Yeah, I read that.
So yeah, it just came out of their monthly meeting as an idea to approach council, see if we actually supported the idea, to investigate it further. So happy to look at the wording there.
So for council to investigate it further?
Together, collaboratively, so.
So
All right.
collectively investigate.
Yeah.
Provide ETOs.
Or work together.
Request
think
to
we
work
should-
together on the opportunity.
I don't want to approve it. I think we should give support and to...
Or work.
Well, can I move something, Mr Mayor, and then we can work
Please
the
go
wording
ahead.
out? So, and I'm happy to have assistance. That council give, in principle, support for an off-leash dog park in Injune. And number 2, collectively work together with IDTA.
Or just that council work with IDTA.
To investigate, I don't want to use the word investigate, but to...
Source funding opportunities.
Well, it's more about funding, it's more about the project to work with IDTA to
progress the initiative.
Yeah, and to progress the initiative and assist with funding opportunities and grants.
But councillor Hancock, wouldn't council have to approve where the dog park's going first?
Well, absolutely, Mr Mayor, but that's not in the report, so we're
No,
not...
but you can move that to get what the findings back to council to approve the position, and then they obviously can go for funding, but otherwise you're just approving today. We don't know where it could go, like council hasn't. It's up to you what you want to put in your recommendation.
What if we just say work with IDTA to explore funding opportunities and grants for the project and a possible site?
Yes, that's...
And then a further report that council receive a further report when a site is located.
Yeah, a further report be brought back to council on the project or... Yep.
When,
Have a seconder, councillor O'Neill. Any opposition?
sorry, can I just say, is it when the site is located?
Probably include the report would need to include the possible grants and so I think it's probably report back, it's on the whole project, not just the
Yeah.
site, so it includes the funding as well, so. It's
Well,
just-
the
it's a
project,
further report
Once
before- yeah.
once steps 2 is completed? Once the outcome of step 2 is
Yeah.
once the outcome of is known.
And what about community consultation? When would that happen? If it's on
So
council
when do you
then?
want the report, I guess, is
Yeah.
probably what we're needing to clarify.
So basically, I'm happy to say, receive a further report, on the project. And then that's when the community when they've got the information, then you can bring it back to council. That's when the site will be there. That's when we can talk about funding opportunities. That's when we can
Community consult.
talk about community consultation from that.
And it'll probably actually, councillors, it probably would be once we've actually had those consultations, not consultation, those discussions with the group and identify the site, rather than jumping straight to a council meeting, probably would be a briefing session anyway with the group, to council on it anyway, on the project, so. But just a further report be provided at upcoming.
Probably depends how
Meeting.
simple the site is, if it's one side or.
Future meeting.
Yep.
Righto, is the seconder happy with that? Yes. Righto, movers happy?
Yes. Sorry, who were they?
Councillor Hancock and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Righto, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say, I'd just like to congratulate the Injune District Tourism Association for bringing this initiative forward, and I'll look forward to hearing the outcome of it.
And I'd also like to speak, I think it's a great idea. I think we need to focus in on what the residents, visitors do already. There's a lot of dogs that are run on open spaces, and I think it's important that we come up with, through obviously Injune District Tourism Association, we come up with, or get their recommendations on what works locally. So it's the best outcome for Injune and the region. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
I'd just like to give a pat on the back to the Injune District Tourism Association. No surprises with a couple of ex-councillors that are leaders in that particular organisation that an initiative like this has come forward. The Roma one has been a success. It took a long time to get it off the ground, and if this can be an added incentive to locals to get out and about and walk their dogs and end up at the dog park, and or if there's travellers into the region, this might be an added incentive to stay an extra couple of nights in and around Injune if they have got their dog in the caravan or in the vehicle with them. And I'd like to see an off-leash dog park in all of our major communities across the region. So if Injune's the next one, that'd be great.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L1, additional handrails, Roma Sayard stud stock selling area.
Mayor, I was going to actually move that this lays on the table till later in the meeting. And simply, if I can, just to say, to give councillors over lunch, for those that haven't, and I'm one of them, an opportunity to go out and actually sit there and understand what the rail is. I haven't done that yet, so with indulgence, I'd move that we lay this on the table till later in the meeting.
All those in favour? 9-0. L2, delegated authority for the Chief Executive Officer to sign the DTMR Deed of Indemnity for the construction of the water main in their road reserve in Bar for the new bore. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I'll move that council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to sign the deed of indemnity to the Department of Transport and Main Roads for the construction of the water main in Newbar from Bore 1.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L3.
Sorry, who was the seconder?
Seconder is Councillor Burkett. Thank you. L3, request to sponsor the acquisitive local Maranoa Artist Prize Sculptures Outback. Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 approve the request from Roma on Bungle Gallery Sculptures Outback for monetary contribution to sponsor the acquisitive local Maranoa Artist Prize of $5,000. 2, allocate the funds of $5,000 from the Arts and Culture budget, GL2885. 2001.2001. I just have a question, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
go ahead.
Do we need to say where we're allocating the funds to? Should that be going to the sponsorship budget? Or would we just pay it out there? I don't know, I'm just asking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's a materials and services budget that it's coming from, so yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, Councillor Hancock's point is right. We're saying where it's from, but not where it's going to. So we're actually transferring it to the sponsorship budget, so it doesn't get lost in operational.
That's right. So then when we know how much we sponsored for the year,
we have to report that.
So I'll just say allocate the funds of $5,000 from the arts and culture budget, GL2885.2001.2001 to the sponsorship.
Transfer to the
sponsorship budget.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition?
No opposition. I've just got a point.
And that was Councillor Hancock and Councillor Mullen, was it?
Yes.
Just
Councillor
amendment if
O'Neill.
I have to. Point 3, would you just pick up the wording that Councillor Edwards came
I'll
up
be
with earlier
acknowledged
and then
that-
slip that in?
Yep, that council be acknowledged in all forms of media.
So really that's a form of negotiation like the earlier one. That we're not accepting it on their normal terms unless they do that.
I don't see it as that, Mr. Mayor, as the mover. I don't see it as that at all.
Well, do we need to put it in there then?
Well, I think that that's just saying that we're asking to be put forward on their media. We're not telling them what to do at their event or what sculptures they can have at their event.
Well, can we respectfully request it then, rather than?
No,
we need to
it is
We've done it with
practice.
standard practice with sponsorship. With that sponsorship is that the council is acknowledged on.
Yeah, but they're offering it to us. It's not their standard practice. They acknowledge us. We've asked for that. Okay, so we have a mover.
But Mayor, if you wanted to compare apples and apples, the point you were trying to express was that if Councillor Hancock added in a third point which said, and we want you to add an additional award, and this is the sculpture that we want you to advertise, and that's the point you're making, not about simply being acknowledged for the sponsorship.
No, but it is a request that we're actually asking of them or telling them that is part of the deal to do it. Even though it's a smaller amount and it's not an extra award, it is something that we've asked of the Mitchell Camp Draft and other people. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to this?
Yeah, I'll speak.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
Mr. Mayor, I'm really looking forward to the Sculptures of Outback. I think it's going to be a great event. I hope it happens yearly, but I just want to congratulate the committee of Roma and Bungle Gallery for having this initiative and putting this up.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L4, gas for industrial commercial development.
I just noticed L3 and L4 were both laid on the table last meeting for an upcoming meeting. They've just automatically gone back in. So then both those ones aren't. Oh, sorry, L4 and L6. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, not L3. Yep. Sorry.
So do you want to lay them on till the next meeting?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, your L4, if I can lay that on the table, and L6, the Felton Industries voucher one.
I'll move L4 lay on the table to the next meeting. All those in favour? 9-0.
Important. Got my wording all ready.
Think of that or not? Did it say on the thing yet, Dad?
L5, Queensland Rail Crossing Agreements.
Sorry, did we move?
Delayed on the table, L4.
L4 was.
Laid on the table by me, and it was 9-0.
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
Be laid on the table until the next meeting.
What's it used to do it, so I just.
And it was yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Correct. 9-0.
Oh, do you? Oh, geez, I don't get rid of mine for ages, you know. I'm not doing it this time. It took that long to learn it. Chew it up.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask, Manager Tanya actually does have to leave for another appointment.
Right.
She does have one more report there, which was L7.
L7.
Council had any questions for her while she was actually here? That was, could that be dealt with?
We are going to get to it.
Yeah, he's late for this other appointment.
Okay, well, I move that we deal with L7 next. I move that we deal with L7 next. All those in favour? Okay, L7.
Might be later than.
L7, Maranoa Arts Gateway. Do we have any questions, councillors?
Just the whole story would be good.
Yeah.
She might be really late for the appointment then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council received contact from a landholder who has a business in the main street of Mitchell, just seeking council to enter into a lease with them in regard to the building that's known locally as the Old Hunters Building. And it was because they advised us that Maranoa Arts Gateway had been evicted from their current premises. From that, I made contact with the Arts Gateway Committee just to have a talk to them to find out what the background was. And that's what they've told me, that there's been some issues and they've received a letter from RESQ giving them notice to leave. The initial date, I was able to talk to RESQ and have it extended, the date to be out until the 1st of April. They have not indicated, however, any extension after that. I've been talking to Ruby Waldron again this morning. She's concerned about the date they've been given being that it falls on Easter, and they said that's going to be their main time to trade and also their time when they go to church and all the things that the members do. So they're looking for some kind of council support. At the moment, they haven't actually asked for any kind of financial support. Their preferences are, firstly, to stay where they are in a shared arrangement. And if that can't happen, there has been some discussions that I've had with someone who's got a business in town, who's also connected with the Arts Gateway, who've said that they possibly could find some space in their business for the Art Gateway members.
They've indicated to me that they feel that Hunter's Store probably requires a lot more work than what the elderly committee members can put in to get it up to speed.
Okay, councillor Burkett.
Through Mr. Mayor, just a couple. I had spoke with Chris Hamilton, the CEO of RSCQ.
Yeah.
And he explained his side of things. Like there's a bit with workplace health and safety, and there's a person living in the accommodation out the back, which sharing toilets with someone living in there, and a few things like that. He was hoping that it'd come to, at this stage, it might have been into the Hunter Store or somewhere else. In regard to the Hunter Store, I know work camp can't be used where it's taking a job off someone else, but in that situation, would that work in an ideal situation for them? Because they're technically not taking someone's job, but could they?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The committee also indicated to me that they had actually said to RESQ that, if they do want them to move out, that RESQ participants maybe could give them some help as well with the move and any works that need doing. I have talked to the group in regard to the difficulties the council has with its reporting standards and financial standards in regard to council entering a lease with anybody. And I did say to the group, look, if it does get to the point that that is what they're looking to do, is trying to have council find them another location, and it might be more favourably looked upon if they put a report in requesting council give them some sponsorship money or some kind of in-kind assistance equal to the price that they would need to pay their public liability and lease, rather than actually asking council to lease. And there is the advice in there from D. Sullivan as our financial expert.
The other thing was, and this is moving down, looking forward, the old dance studio.
Yes.
When we've had discussions at a community level, not replacing it with anything that in conflict with businesses in town, but one of those was we potentially, they could go into one of those potential, because they'd be all for non-for-profit type things.
I did talk in the meeting that I had. So at that meeting there was Tilly was there, as well as Brian and Ruby Waldron, and I did encourage them to come along to the consultation, and I said it might be that you may request council to, in the design for the building, have a street front kind of space that would accommodate what they need, which is people coming in off the street to buy their wares.
Tilly was at the last BAG meeting, and we I did a sort of rough plan, and we said that could be there with Brian sitting out the front having his smoke, would be perfect. So I think that it potentially be a good win down the track, but that's a long way off.
Doesn't solve their immediate concerns, which is, through you, Mr. Mayor, they really want to be up and running for this tourist season. And they also, in their discussions with me, they said no one in the group is making individually much money or any money out of what they sell there. It's more about a place for people to gather, and it's become a really important place for a lot of the older members of the community, particularly the older women, to kind of get together, and some of them, it actually gives them a reason to get out of bed every day.
So, well, I'd be happy to move the council right to Rapid Employment Services Queensland, RESQ, and the Central Western Queensland Remote Area Planning and Development Board, RAPID, and formally request a review of the decision to issue Maranoa Arts Gateway Incorporated with a notice to vacate 60 Cambridge Street, Mitchell. And then point 2, I'm going to change to request Rapid, or RESQ, whichever way you want to say it, allow extra time for the group to find another venue. To find another venue to operate as a goodwill gesture for the Mitchell community.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, would you mind changing, say, and while you're asking for the request for that, with their assistance, like Manager Tanya said, for argument's sake, if you go to next door, that they offer assistance in helping that transition.
Yeah, I'm happy to have that in there.
And is it, I suppose that's not, we can't add work camp in there. Through you, Director Rob, you wouldn't add that in there, would you? Like, would that be another point for them that if a possible location is sourced, can we request work camp assistance as well, or is it not?
I think,
Would that be in a report?
I think it'll be the further one, I think, yeah, subsequent to this letter, we'll see what response we get.
Yep.
And then, yeah, we could look at that. If there is some assistance there we can provide.
Yep.
It'll be a subsequent report, Mr. Mayor.
I can see both points of view of the whole thing.
So RESQ allow extra time for the group to find another venue to operate, as this would be a goodwill gesture.
And Madam CEO, if you, and if another venue is sourced, offer assistance manually or in kind, I don't know.
Physical assistance?
In-kind
I
assistance.
think that's
In
in
kind.
3.3, that doesn't relate to that one.
Done, okay.
As in, like, you'd make it
Oh, yeah, three,
suggestion, Councillor.
if agreed upon, offer assistance in kind.
We're gonna have
In
to
the-
put the council just a minute. If agreed upon,
Sorry, if agreed upon, if the point 2 agreed upon, offer an assistance in kind to the transition to a new building.
assistance, by way of in-kind, offer in-kind support.
Yeah,
Support in the form of,
Labour,
yeah, labour to shift.
really labour, isn't it?
form of relocation assistance.
They might think it's money if you don't put.
Who's offering?
Yeah, oh.
To assist with relocation.
Wouldn't you say, excuse me,
Yeah.
consider again, like consider,
Instead of agreed upon.
consider?
Yeah,
Because agreeing upon point 2 doesn't do anything to
No.
what you're asking them to do.
true.
You're asking them to consider it.
Consider, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To consider.
So you're requesting the RESQ to consider
Yeah.
them offering, because it's not clear who's offering the support at the moment.
Consider. an
Or upon favourable.
And see, Rescue have got their own plans on moving forward, all ready to go, so that they're in a bit of a,
They're waiting.
yeah, they're in, so it's got to be try to get a happy medium for both.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, we're only offering some sort of help.
How about that?
What do we mean by?
No, not council.
Was RESQ, wasn't it?
Yeah, requesting Rescue help the Labor plan to assist local relocation.
Not council.
Not council.
Not council.
RESQ, their labour hire, like their labour.
They got access to labour machine and take a bit of a burden off council then too.
Oh, okay, then request.
Upon, yeah. Council requests that RESQ offer in-kind support.
Request or suggest?
Yeah,
Consider, wasn't it?
Consider.
Consider,
Yeah.
Sorry, Tanya.
And you
Request
get rid of
Yeah, whatever.
RESQ consider
Yeah,
in-kind support in the form of,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, that's good.
pop now, that back up there again.
just have a question while we're tidying
Please
that
go
up?
ahead.
Just to Councillor Burkett, who knows the building very well. Just mentioning that some of the problem is the shared toilet arrangements. Is there any way that we, like, I don't know how it's
Well,
situated, but
it's
do they
sort
have
of-
to use them? Is there
Yeah,
public
there's-
toilets closer? Can we
There's
put
public
a
toilets
order
around
in?
the corner in Alice Street, which is a fair walk for the
Oh,
likes
it's
of
too far.
Ruby and that. And there was an old toilet block out the back of the building, but they'd have to go through their workshop. So it's not a win-win anywhere,
So
really.
there's no way we can sort of
But-
assist with
No,
portable
but
toilet
Hunter,
or anything?
if they happen to get Hunters next door, which is a big open space, which they wouldn't need, they'd only need that little front area, and there's toilets down the back of theirs in that building.
Is there nothing in Hunters at the moment?
No,
So are the toilets workable in Hunters?
it's a more modern building than one. Oh, sorry, more recently renovated than one. But there's a flat, the shared accommodation. So right behind Maranoa Art, I'll get the wrong wording. Straight behind there's the old shop built part, and there's a flat kitchen, and that's the toilet they must all use.
And who lives there?
I think someone that's mixed up with the
Oh, I
rescue,
see.
because they rent the whole building.
So they
out.
can't use it?
Kel's no
Yeah,
longer there.
not when someone's living there.
No, but.
They were
to give
there
them
though,
the
weren't they?
He was working there, but he wasn't living there, no.
The lady owns Hunters, owns Berkeley Lodge, and I was just actually communicating with her this morning, but yeah, that'd have to
Do
be.
you know what I'm saying?
Ruby knows those people pretty well, so they could broker a bit of a deal there, I'd reckon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they could use those tools to help.
I think, yeah,
Anyway,
So,
that's a fix this.
to the director, Rob, is there a way that, is council gonna be involved in trying to, like facilitate somewhere else? Like obviously Ruby might be able to talk to them, but maybe it could be something that's a shared space for community groups in the bigger area that more people might get involved if they get that building.
That was Tanya's recommendation in a subsequent report there. Obviously, the group has had some discussions with the owner of the other building, who in turn contacted council, and that was how we became aware of it. Wanting to know if we want to take over the lease. We said, look, we need to do a bit more homework on this, get a bit more time. That's why we're asking more than the 60 days, and for a further report to be brought back, because as Councillor Burkett said, it is quite a large building there, so they don't need that much space. So probably look at those options, Mr Mayor, would form part of that report.
So have we got in there for a future
No, we
report? We better put that in there then. Because it could be, you know, we've obviously got what we've got to do with the other building up there. If we build that, this could be something that could be used by community groups and prove that if we had the other building, it would get used too. You know, like instead of just fixing one problem, it might allow some more community space.
Mr Mayor, I think it's the hospital auxiliary that are in the old building there gonna.
yeah, so.
Oh, it's full, is it?
No, they're gonna fail, well, I shouldn't say fail, but they're not gonna be in the new building.
So, yeah,
No, I mean, if,
There'll be a vacancy there for. the same.
if Ruby and the Maranoa Gateway move into a bigger building, there might be space for others that may come along that want a bit of space in there.
and until such time as
The other
building's
building.
replaced.
And it proves the amount of use that we've got in the town for,
Yeah.
or need for
Well,
space.
This group, there would be room, well, there's one business that's been in the old building, not gonna be in the new building if it's built.
Yeah, there was two.
Yeah.
That's right.
But,
Down the track.
you know, you build it and sometimes they'll come, you know. So you got that in there, receive a report, okay. Well, I was happy to move that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Did we have one or?
No.
No.
I'll second it.
Councillor Burkett seconds the motion. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No, I agree with both entities in the fact that they both want to, their end game's where they want to be, but I think we've got to find that happy medium to, you know, for both. I could see where rescue are going and the things with workplace health and safety, and they've got plans to extend their line of work, but I can also feel for the Gateway group, and I hope that we can rectify that sooner rather than later, so it's a win-win then.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, if we can solve these issues for community groups, Gateway do a lot of great things up in the community. They talk to a lot of tourists. It gives them definitely things that they can make and promote, and also understand with rescue and rapid what they're doing. So really, just really asking for some time, and with time, I believe we can solve this for both parties. And with respect to our elders in our community, I think we just need to give that time to deliver for both groups. Anybody else like to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, we'll break for lunch at 12:34, back in an hour. L5, Queensland Rail Crossings Agreement. I would like to move that council support residents with challenges still existing, with understanding and understanding all the issues in relation to the agreements which have been logged in CRs and are not finalised.
Which one?
Is this the railway crossing?
L5.
Mr. Mayor, is that to do with Mr. Mayor, is that to do with the few inquiries we had recently?
Yeah.
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 Which crossing?
Can I give him a bit of a quick rundown?
Yeah, please.
I got a phone call from two people. I think
Yep.
you got probably the same people.
And
QR sent out a heap of letters to people living off Yuba Wallumbilla area saying you're going to close the rail crossings because they're not ours, they belong to the landholder. And they jumped up and down. But then at the 11th hour they got a phone call to say, oh, tear them up. We've just realised it, like it's not directly into your property, there's the stock route there. But I think you spoke, did you speak with Muriel? I
Yeah.
didn't, but I think what we need to do, this is only my suggestion, some sort of advocacy to the Queensland Rail to come back to these people with something in writing and say, well, it's all right to tell them on the phone, don't worry about it, because there's two places, Greg C. Wrights and Cattles at Jackson. If they shut them, they are landlocked because there's no roads. Might be stock route reserves, but there's no roads or even stock route roads to get out of there. So that was, I don't know what.
So those letters, as I understand it, had a contact name for the people to talk to in Queensland Rail.
That's
so
right.
This is another case where it's actually not. We've ruled out that it's road reserve. We've ruled out that it's stock route. So they need to be going back to Queensland Rail and the contact people that have been included in the letter for them to discuss.
They got phone calls from whoever that person was to say that it's not to tear it up. But I think the fact is we're in charge of the stock routes.
But it's not stock route.
What is it?
Part of the process is that we checked that it wasn't road reserve and it's not stock route. So
Must be unallocated land then, because they don't own the land on the other side of the railway line. It's like a laneway of some description. That's what they told me. I haven't drove into their properties, but.
And what I've moved is, we'll test it in the motion, but we do advocate for residents. And to give you an idea, councillor, some of these agreements are 21, 17 pages. There's a lot of detail in them. And the residents come straight to council and say, look, we don't understand it. And I'm not advocating that we're going to go to court for residents, but really give them an understanding, because we have a lot of knowledge in our organisation about what are some of the issues. And
we can't provide legal advice, Mr.
No, we wouldn't.
If the extent of the agreements are that long, that's not for us to be providing.
No, but exactly. But what we can be doing is giving them some advice on what that land is, what are some of the issues, and then they can take that up. And also, if we've got multiple people, and some of these have been dating back years, and it could affect access to our residents, because some of the people just ignore them and just say, I'm not signing anything. So it's in our interest. But anyway, we'll get into that debate. But,
Can we see what's, please?
And the resolution that's there isn't what the mayor said at the moment too.
Oh, sorry, it would help if,
technical difficulty.
While we're waiting, Mr. McIntyre, you can Deputy Director Cam, is that, you know, where we're talking about, like?
Yeah, I'm aware there's 2 CRs in the system that will be following up, getting in touch with the people. If they need information about the land tenure, that can be
So
provided. But
our customer service person's done a fair bit of work
yep.
on it.
So council's received the same letter because we obviously have about 40 crossings that cross the rail and that. I've flagged some concerns from council's perspective with some of them because I don't sort of agree with what's been proposed on some of them. But yeah, that's.
Do you know these particular ones, who owns the land on the other side, or?
Councillor McMullen, I haven't had a detailed look at them. Yeah. So, but I will. I know there's a CR in the system there. So.
One moment, I'll just check whether the office is available to come across.
And through the chair, to Cam, the basis of the 40 letters that we've received, what are they saying?
Just trying to get an agreement in place, Councillor O'Neill, to say who's responsible for the crossing and who looks after, say, the signage and that sort of thing. So
That's what I'm trying to understand. We can't do work on the crossing though. Like
They're going to hand it over to, I don't know about this cut, but the landowners, it's your crossing, you've got to look after it. That was the, I imagine.
But in our case, in terms of the council,
is a threshold there that we're not allowed to go within. I think it's within a metre we're not allowed to go within the tracks, but the current draft says that anything outside of that we're responsible for. So there's a couple in our agreement that's on state network, which I disagree with. It's not ours. It's the state. It's the main roads to sort out.
if we disagree with that, Mayor, or if the officer's advice back to us is X, Y, Z, let's say there are elements that we disagree with. The landowners obviously got their own issues and they've raised it with yourselves. Then shouldn't we then be writing to the minister expressing our view? And yes, couple in what the residents are saying, but council as a whole have their own set of problems around this as well.
Yeah, so that's sort of where I was going with it. Councillor McMullen, I haven't looked at.
Yeah.
I'm definitely aware of the council crossings, and I've looked at them as a priority. I'm not sure of the circumstances around this, but it wouldn't take long to have a look at. And
Greg told me when he spoke to the person, he said, well, it's when we go over the railway line, we're not in our land, we're on, he said reserve, I don't know what it is. And he said, then we drive down the reserve and go in our gate. And then eventually someone rang him back and said, oh, you better tear that up, because we just realised it is reserved, so it's not going directly into your, you're not going, like if it was on your boundary fence, or your boundary was the property was there, but I don't know, they've got nothing in writing, see?
Emma,
Would a
159.
Mayor would just simply as a recommendation that a report be prepared for our upcoming council meeting, come back to us with all the issues from a landowner's perspective, but also from a council perspective to inform us as to what the next steps are in terms of the advocacy, because it sounds like it may be a complex issue.
And it takes me back, I mentioned it, 3 years ago when they came to council, wanted to shut 3 of the railway crossings in town.
Yeah, I thought of that.
So why I think it's crucial, I'm happy to get a report back with all the issues, but why I think it's crucial is landowners have come to us worried about this. They're not necessarily people that have got lawyers, on the phone. And really what we can do is just give them basic understanding of the issues, because we've got the same issues, so they understand. And the Deputy Director is very easy to explain to someone what the issues are and what does this really mean, and then it's up to them. I did hear secondhand that there's no compensation for legal advice. They won't pay for that. So it's even more unfair situation than normally, whereas they'll cover reasonable legal costs. So I believe giving a real understanding, is it road reserve, is it not? This is what they would want to, this is what they're saying, because it's the same stuff that we're being told. And so those landowners are informed with that basic information. Now, we have that basic information in council and the officers to impart that. Where they go from there then is up to them, but we could also advocate, because if we've got 40 crossings and they've got some crossings, happy to get that report back. But the urgency in which the people were talking about it, you know, I do believe they would like to know that council's got their back as far as being able to either advocate or explain what the land is. Is it a reserve? So they've got confidence to say, look, it's a reserve. It's a special reserve, or it's a whatever. So
when you spoke with them, did they tell you, sorry councillor, did they tell you that landowners are already putting customer requests?
I put, for the person that I was dealing with,
You put it in for them? Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I think I put Greg, I can't remember. When Greg rang me up and he said, I'll be in town on whatever day it was, and I'll meet you, then he rang me, he was at Ann Lay's office, him and Ken, but Ann wasn't there, she was in Parliament, but they waited till I got there, and they showed me the letters and that.
If it is a road reserve, what does that mean? Like, depending on what the tenure is on the other side, what does that mean?
Well, it could be totally different.
That's what he told me. The fella somebody came back to him and he finished, said, just verbally said, tear the letter up, because we have realised that it is not your land. When you go off the railway line, they said reserve, so I don't know what it is, but that's what they argued with all along. The boundary's further over, you know. If the railway fence was their boundary, would it be a different thing?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Deputy Director Ken, get that out. Specific ones, like say they're just coming off and it's just that one access to a house behind the fence, or like Homeview, Campbell's and Hockey's old coming across where the road's going for a fair while over the railway line and continues on to two other properties. So it'd be all different scenarios, wouldn't there? So that'd be one as well, like that could block three properties.
The understanding I got was that when they realised they didn't join the railway fence, they changed their mind.
Yes. Councillors, probably we just need to be a little bit mindful too that we're starting to go into private personal information and personal dealings. So there might be a point where you'd like to go into close to discuss their personal, because we've got some privacy issues here.
I've moved, I don't know whether you've recorded it, CEO, but I'd like to, did you want the wording again?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
So I'd like to move the council provide assistance to residents with CRs in the system, in the customer request system, to help them to understand issues to do with the land, and also what is meant what is detailed as part of the request from Queensland Rail. And point two, that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting in regards to advocacy on behalf of our residents, and also council's own issues with correspondence.
A meeting on advocacy, what, sorry?
Pardon? What details as part of a request from Queensland? The report we prepared, an upcoming meeting on advocacy about the issues of the residents and also council's own issues in regards to the same matters. So basically it's information and giving it to them so they understand.
So if council was of the mind to go into close, we could elaborate on the discussions with the individual residents that our customer service team has had already. If you're interested in.
Well, it's up to council, but I'm just happy to provide that support to the residents and then get a detailed report back.
Mr Mayor,
Yep.
I just feel that there is obviously some more details that could be provided to us. So I'd like to move that we go into closed.
Righto, please go ahead. So you've got that. Do we have to have reasons for that, CEO?
Well, it would be the privacy matters, Mr Mayor.
Well,
Or do we want to lay it on the table and then go and deal it when we go into close?
righto.
All right, so I'll just move that we lay it on the table until later in the meeting.
Righto. All those in favour? 9-0. L6, Felton Industries voucher. Councillor Hancock.
I'll move that this is laid on the table until a future meeting of council.
Okay, is there any time limits on doing that? No. Righto. All those in favour? 9-0.
We are 2:43. We are. Who said because of the youth story?
The youth stolen, yeah, I see that.
They won't find it either because
Lorenzo's-
they've got, it's not
Lorenzo's
registered and there's
car,
no
yeah.
numbers on it.
Was that
There's no recorded
Yeah.
numbers, motor numbers,
registered or
nothing,
anything, was it?
nothing.
What was the other one?
Item L8, request for assistance Southwest Drag Racing Association Roma. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council 1 relocate the $50,000 from the 2020-21 budget, Southwest Drag Association contribution towards group seeking funding for upgrades W022377 and $20,000 from the annual dust seal budget W022382 to undertake stabilisation and sealing of the return strip at the Roma Drag Club. 2. Undertake works prior to the 2021 Easter in the Country event.
Okay, well, councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I'd just
I
like.
just-
Well, we'll start with councillor McMullen, then councillor
I'm
Ladbroke.
just going to say, I'm sure it'll be pretty well accepted this and be a great contribution to Easter in the country, like to help with Easter in the country overall.
I know, I just,
Councillor Ladbroke.
through you, Mr Mayor, Director Cameron, just to give us a bit of a report on the track, what he come up with.
You're not allowed to say because it's swearing.
Okay.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yep. I outlined it in the report, but I've done a site inspection with the track, with the return strip there, so I've put it in the report there, but I just think that it's to a point where maintenance is not going to address the concerns about the cars bottoming out. We can pothole patch it, but it's not gonna fix it. It's just gonna come unstuck quite quickly. So I think we'd be needing to shell about a third of the money in for quite a short-term band-aid. So I just think it's the right thing, and we should get 15, 20 years minimum out of that treatment that's proposed there for that site. So
We'll get it done before Easter, do you think?
yeah, Mr Mayor, I understood the urgency of this one. I've already got things in motion on the chance that this might be accepted, so that we could probably get in there Monday next week and start. It'll take us 3 days to do, and bitumen sealed by Friday. So.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
No, that's probably right. I was just going to say there is a meeting coming up, but I'm not sure when it was.
Yeah, so I met.
13th of March.
Next month, okay, so I couldn't.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. I met President out there the other day, and it's actually on Saturday, this Saturday. So I just checked that we wouldn't interfere with that, but come Monday they'll be out of there, and we can get in there. So
That's very good.
there's a couple.
Hancock?
Mr Mayor, through you to MCO, once again, do we need to put this into the in-kind budget so that we can, at the end of the time, know that this is in-kind support so we can get that whole figure? Or does that normally just happen?
No, it won't just happen unless there's a trigger.
Because it's just like we've spent all the original budget and now we're topping it up, but we need to be able to make sure we can get a report on it at the end to know how much in kind and sponsorship that we've given throughout the year.
The 50,000 was already in the budget though, wasn't it?
It was in the budget for the South West Drag Association, yeah.
And the dust seal program.
But if we just pay for it out like the dust seal program, well then it doesn't.
We just had a point that it be recognised as.
You can just have an additional point to say that the expenditure associated with this resolution be recognised as in-kind support when we set it up in the back. When we set it up in the system, it'll go into that GL bucket. So.
And the 50 that we have allocated there too, that they were going to put towards a funding application there too. So I asked Ed to contact the drag club there too, is because is that going to be needed also in the future at some point? And it actually spoke to them this morning, and they will be looking for that in next year's budget to go through for a funding application as well. So.
Yeah, the advice we had the other day was they never received any notification of it, so it's obviously, they obviously have long-term ambitions. They've got to fix the track properly, the main track, but they did do a patch-up of that, so if this return track gets done, then both have been done for the short term, or probably for the longer term for the return track. Okay, so is there an extra point? Oh, we've lost the screen up there, CEO. So is the mover happy with that, point 3?
Yeah, I'm happy, Mr Mayor.
And councillor Taylor?
Yep, I'm happy with that.
So they've added point 3, councillor Hancock.
Did you want a similar,
that's fine. That's
the recognition?
Yeah, well, I was just wondering about recognition for, the project. Although I guess it's not an event sponsorship, so, although it is an event, they're going to hold an event there at Eastern Country.
Acknowledge where possible in all forms of advertising and media in relation to and during the event.
That's
That won't hurt.
Councillor Edwards.
Yeah.
That won't hurt to put that in, no, I don't have a problem.
Seconder, happy with that? Okay, does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I'd just like to say, our community groups and especially our large events such as the drags do bring to Roma and adds an enormous amount of colour at Easter in the country and other times, and this is one step in being able to bring better facilities to the Maranoa. So, and I'd like to congratulate Deputy Director Cameron for such fast work on finding a way to make this happen in such a short period of time. So congratulations on making that happen. And
Probably and Ed's team too, Mr Mayor. Ed's team pulled together the report and did all the background work on that. So
yeah, no, and also to Ed's team as well. So thank you very much.
Very good, hey?
Team effort.
Yep, very good.
But to get construction sort of sorted out within probably only a couple of weeks is pretty amazing. So there must have been plenty of things shifted around. Yeah, but anyway, so this is a fantastic initiative, and I believe Southwest Drag Racing Association will be excited if this motion is supported. Does anyone else wish to speak? Does the move wish to sum up? No. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L9, request for reduced trading terms. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council approve the request for a reduction in trading terms from 28 days to 14 days for invoices submitted by creditor 15617.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L10, permit for use of council-owned land for community markets.
Hang on.
Mr Mayor, I don't know if I do have a conflict, because the RSL Mitchell sub-branch is technically, well, yeah, I think I probably should just err on the side of caution. It's not, we're not overriding over them. They're a separate identity, but they've got a partnership, so to speak, so that would class that, Director Rob, wouldn't it? I didn't even.
Yeah, so it's the RSL group in Mitchell that actually want to run the markets. The RSL, amongst other clubs, form a combined sports club at Mitchell as well. So
it's not us that do it.
No, it's not actually the combined sports club that's actually doing it. It's actually one of the other groups that's part of the overarching organisation. But
should I just err on the?
Yeah, well, it's up to you, but you could declare a perceived.
There is no perceived.
Oh, well, okay, the new terminology for it is a.
Declarable.
But I don't think it's going to be that big of a conflict. That
I don't even think it's a declarable, is it?
Well, I suppose it's no. If they put it another way, if the campground are holding a street stall and they ask for a permit, it's no different to that.
no, that's right. That's the exact same circumstances. Yeah, that's exactly right. You're right. So it's a road use of a road reserve. One of the member groups there. So
I'll just read the same thing out as I did before.
Because they're a committee member, are they, of the?
They have a representative comes on under, so it's no different really. But I didn't. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Madam CEO. You can just cut and paste this if you like. Item, what is it? L10? Is it L10?
Yep.
Description, request, permit for use of council-owned land for community markets. Declaring councillors, Councillor John Burkett. Party of interest, the Mitchell RSL sub.
Trying to keep up with you, mate. See you.
I think she's all over it. She'll cut and paste, mate. You want me to slow down?
Oh, no, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Sorry.
RSL Mitchell sub-branch, which is a subcommittee of the Mitchell RSL's Combined Sports Club. Relationship category, non-government entity, where I am the executive officer and the president of the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club. Particulars of the interest, the RSL Mitchell sub-branch is making an application for a permit on council-owned land. Type of conflict, prescribed conflict of interest action. I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
because I think just before you leave, Councillor Burkett, there, just thinking that through there, the way that is set up there, there is a joint bank account, isn't it? So any revenue made from
They're not in that part.
no, okay,
They're not in the financial side. They're just,
Okay, we'll move on to this item, noting that Councillor Burkett's left the room. Permit for use of council-owned land for community markets. Do we have a mover? Councillor Edwards.
I move that council approve use of the Memorial Park Mitchell for community markets to be held on Sunday, 14th of March 2021 on the following conditions. 1, the group hold public liability insurance to the value of $20 million for the term of the permit, and a copy of the certificate of currency be provided to council. And 2, the group implement a COVID-safe event checklist.
Just on that, I'm happy to second that. I've got a question. Is that COVID-safe event checklist, isn't that only if they reach a certain number of people that they need that? So for us to make them sort of do it always, like that, if they only get 100 people there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's there's different levels there. I'll have to go back and have a look. I know if it's over 200 there, it's a different requirement again, but yeah, I'd have to have a look there. Certainly Cara Cicero in our team, who's been working with these guys, has actually has offered to help with the COVID plan, development of a COVID plan, like we've been doing for other groups as well. But yeah, I just have to have a look at the different levels there. There is different requirements, because I know once you get over 200, but Tanya, have you got anything?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, there has been other markets held in Mitchell in the last few months by the CWA, and they have all the COVID safe plan in place. So I think it probably would be a requirement that the COVID safe plan for these markets as well.
So was that over that number of people, was it, that it was needed?
I don't know if there was any requirement regarding number. I think it comes down to what type of event you're holding, but we can check that. Yeah.
And in light of Cara's the one that prepared this report, Mr Mayor, she's the one.
Say, I deleted, I just got a phone message about an hour ago to say they've cancelled them, but we let it go through. But Rose been ringing me all weekend about it, and she just left a message before to say they've decided to can the markets anyway.
Is that, Mr Mayor, through you? I know they're looking to have one this weekend, but it was going to be a monthly thing thereafter. Do they still want us to go through with the report? Because they may want to...
Go through
it may not be happening this month, but they may want to continue.
Left a message say they're canning this weekend anyway.
Yeah, so I think
Let the report go through by all means.
Yeah, I think so, because the request originally was a monthly thing, yeah.
Councillor Guthrie.
Maybe the wording could be any relevant COVID safe, so that then if the requirements change, that you've got it in there as a general blanket term.
Yep.
Is the mover happy with that?
Yeah, it does.
But
It only
there's,
says this is for the 14th of March.
Yeah, so does the mover happy to say you approve that for each month for that same once a month or something?
Happy for that.
Because they might get the next one.
Yeah, that's
They mightn't have enough time to do it.
Yeah, so...
To be held monthly.
I think the future markets, I think the future markets they're looking to have may not be at the Memorial Park. I think I've heard that they were looking to have them at the Neil Turner Weir Park.
Okay.
So probably just let this report go through as it is.
Yeah, that's,
and then
but
they can.
Through the Mayor, Councillor McMullen, who phoned you?
Rose,
And Rose is organising it.
she's the vice, well, she's the president of the ladies. Daryl's a, I don't know what they call it, but he's the president of the RSL, and she's the ladies auxiliary, or whatever they call it.
The white,
She's rang me about 6 times in the last 5 days.
well, shouldn't we just pull this report then if it's not going ahead?
Well, that's
on
what
that
she just said to
particular
me,
day?
left a message, I'm sorry I deleted it, but she said, I didn't know, I hadn't seen it, and she said, I just don't worry about that, she said, we're going to can them for this weekend.
We only received, Mr Mayor, we only received the application on Monday. That's why it's a late report too. We pushed it through. So I think it was discussions on Friday, just from our officer side of things. But the paperwork arrived on Monday, but it sounds like there's been some further developments.
I mean, for Mayor, it's no skin off our nose to decide something here, but once we decide something, it triggers minutes and triggers a correspondence to the people, and if it's not going to happen, we're just creating work.
I hope no one else would have been putting in for markets, would they?
But the only thing is, if we do decide that we approve it, and these are the basis, they could plan another day if we keep it
There's
general.
no evidence to say where it came from, so.
So is the mover happy if you take out the date and just approve that they have those community markets so they can plan the next one, or wherever it is? It might be at the Weir.
But then that'd be Sunwater, wouldn't it?
Couldn't we get another point 3 there and just say, get a report back on, like after you contact the people, and then come back to us? Come back to us about whether they want to, what they're going to do in the future or something?
Yeah, I think it's fair enough, Mr Mayor, because I said I suppose at the moment we've got an application. I know that we've probably got a phone message there, but I think,
Yeah.
I know, I take Councillor Neal's point, but it does generate us writing a letter. But look, if we go through with the resolution, give them approval. If they don't hold it, then it's not held. And if they do want to change location, we'll bring another report back.
Because we're getting close to Easter, and if we don't give some form of whatever, then it could be a situation they still haven't got any assurance that something could happen.
I'm happy to.
Do we
Just
want to
let it
leave
go
the
through.
date, or could the date come in?
Just
Dates there, I'd just be, I know there's other users out there, the fishing club and others that have events there as well. I just hate to give them a blanket approval without seeing those dates. So happy to work with them to give them something that they don't have to keep coming back. But I think that may be the other report then, I think, Mr Mayor, because there is other users out there.
But since the 14th, would you, well, at that one place, the mover, would you be happy to take out the Sunday the 14th and just allow an event?
Sorry, but Director Rob just said that there's other people that use it too, so if we...
No, but this is a different location, isn't it? This one? This is not out at the Weir, is it?
This is at Memorial.
Mitchell.
Memorial Park.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Whole one there, and
Yeah,
it's not
that's
this
correct.
weekend, then they've got.
I can't think of too many other users at the other one, Tanya, the Memorial Park, that would use it. But certainly if they're going to go to the Weir, Mr Mayor, there's
Yeah, then it's a different kettle
a different
of fish.
kettle of fish, a separate report for that. But
So is the mover happy to take out that date, but just allow for a market?
So I could just read that council approve use of Memorial Park Mitchell for community markets on the following conditions.
For future community market, right?
So at least they've got a venue and they know the condition, which is the insurance and.
Somehow, Mr Mayor, I would imagine we'd have to have something in there to say they would still need to book. Does that make sense, or are you going to give them over and say that?
You can't really book a park, can you?
Well, it's up.
Is this forever?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about it, but.
I think if it's given approval for the one they've actually applied for, that because that's all they've got on the application is that one event.
Yeah,
We'll bring a separate subsequent report back. We have done something similar for people that wanted to use the park there near the Gungadoo there for, I think it was personal training there. We gave them a number of
it's safer
approvals,
just to
so
go with what
we can bring a
we've got,
separate report
really.
back for that.
The original.
I think it's safer to go because otherwise we're just assuming everything.
They don't use it, they don't use it.
Yeah.
Forever's a long time.
I'd rather just go with what we've said and number
we've
three,
done
the
that.
only thing I'd write there is number three to confirm, something in the, maybe come back with a report after talking to the event organisers or something, I don't know.
But they'll come back anyway next
Come
time
back
they,
anyway,
next time they approach council, it'll come
They
back.
don't have it on Sunday while they.
Righto.
But what are we going to do if they're going to go for the next weekend or the next weekend before our council meeting? So like if they're not, if it's right, the word back that 14th's been cancelled and they want to do it 2 weeks later, have you got any flexibility in there to do it, or do we send an email around to the council?
We can approve this, but
Why don't we say, or alternative date,
yeah,
as in formally advised to councillors?
Well, not to councillors, though, that's, once we've approved, it should
sort
just
of
go
an
to.
operation.
Sort of just.
No, we're just trying to build in enough flexibility that we don't have to have a rescission notice or anything.
Or an
like
alternative date.
that if they come back and want to have it on the next week, do we want to go through the process again, or
Yeah,
can
I
we
think
just
so.
happy?
But you've got, so would you say requesting use of the Memorial Park?
Be
James
held on
Street,
Sunday the
Mitchell,
14th March, or alternative?
but would you have an alternative venue as well?
Or an alternative date, like.
Or
Alternative venue and alternative date?
an alternative
We don't have to worry about any.
venue slash,
Well,
But if it's out at the Weir, that causes a problem.
so we wouldn't.
How hard would it be for someone to make a phone call to the organisers?
But if you don't have an alternative venue, then there hasn't been a problem with Memorial Park, so
Righto, we'll just go alternative dates.
alternative dates, and then they can plan one, because it's getting pretty close to Easter and they need to say when they're going to have one.
as informally advised, like, the officer would email councillors.
Yep.
possibly include something in there following on from Councillor McMullen's questions in regard to that a booking needs to be made?
Well, I just,
That's a good point, like, if there's an event on, I mean, Parks and Gardens need to make sure that the sprinkler systems aren't coming on, or it's not overly watered or
I
something.
think that obviously Rose is she's not a computer, and she's obviously left it too late, and now it's too late to invite the stall holders to come, but if we can do something so that they know they can apply a couple of weeks in advance. And I think you need a booking, like you said, for many reasons.
Could you leave it to, just the CEO or delegate to make a decision? Surely we don't have to give approval from councillors if they want to use it for a function.
Yeah, so if we've got, if council's happy for one date, we can just be held on Sunday the 14th or an alternative date with a booking through council's customer service centre.
Is the mover happy with that?
Happy with that?
Happy with that as the seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Please someone get Councillor Burkett back, please.
What are we on now?
L1, additional handrails at Roma Say.
No, we've got a new extra one thrown in the mix there, Ty.
It's your report.
L11, still on the old one, is it? Yep.
Should have an
Single
extra
page.
page.
Oh, single piece, yep. L11, training space. I'd like to move that council approve space available on a trial basis at Bassett Park if required. Councillors, just a brief, councillors, I had a meeting, I was invited to a meeting yesterday with a group of concerned organisations about getting some of the troubled youth busy, get them some boxing training and have a program where kids get fed and there's some clear and direct responsibilities as being part of this process, and some of them would be that they have to be going to school. They also have to not be out at night time if they're part of the training program. I think it's an excellent initiative and very needed. And this would be providing to the group somewhere to be able to train. They may find other space available and we may not need to, but it would be about sending a clear direction from council that we are happy to have council's facilities available for the betterment of getting this program going. Councillor Hancock, then Taylor.
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering, I've got a couple of questions. One of them is, who are we providing the space for? Like, we've got to be able to say who, I understand who's coming, but who's actually responsible for running the program?
Yep, sure.
Is my first question. And my second question is, I have asked for a briefing on the PCYC facilities because I believe that they were doing boxing and exercise there. And I have been waiting for that briefing, so I'd actually like to see, I'd like to have that briefing so that we can work out what's happening over there, because now I'm feeling like we've got PCYC, we've got the neighbourhood centre that's meant to be a youth thing as well, and now we've got Bassett Park. I'm just a bit worried we're spreading all over the place. Who are we providing the space for? Who's responsible for running it?
Can I move this lay on the table and we're taking it into close when we go, please? Because I've got some info there I want to share.
Righto, all those in favour? 9-0. 1, additional handrails for Roma Sayard stud stock selling area. Got some questions to the Deputy Director. The other question, to break down the vision, so forth, of the top rail, could it be done in flat, like is used out there in the some of the handrails? You know, that flat that not in the handrails, that's used in the balustrade. That, you know, like you know, you got your top timber rail, and then below that you've got your slats that are flat.
Mr. Mayor, I just have to double check. I think there's some standard or code around if it's going to be used as a grab rail. I think there is some code around it. It needs to have a bit of thickness to it. So why you get the circular or the, but yeah, I'm not sure whether you need that answer to sort of consider this or future ones, but I'm pretty sure there's a standard that says it has to be some sort of thickness so you can get a grip on it, not just a. But yeah, I can follow that up to see whether that's a requirement. But I just know that there's a lot in the sizing of that cap rail, so you can get a good handle on it and that sort of thing. But yeah, I can check that though. So.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
No, I'm happy to move. Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 approve the installation of additional grab rails on the remainder of the steps within the Roma Sayard stud stock selling arena. 2, approve the installation of additional barrier rails between the tiered seating platforms on the remainder of the top tier of the Roma Sayard's Sayard stud stock selling arena. 3, fund the works as outlined in points 1 and 2 with an estimated value of $40,000 exclusive of GST from Roma Sayard's reserves. And 4, seek to have the works as outlined in points 1 and 2 completed in advance of the proposed opera event on Thursday, the 3rd of June 2021.
So just understanding to the Deputy Director, so that is, or what the mover's moving is just the top rail would be a handrail, is that correct? Or the top is really the top, that's flat anyway, so it's the second rail. Is it the same as what's out there now?
You know where we were just talking about out there?
Yeah.
Right, to finish the top run of seats around the arena.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that. So the top tier is described as the first run of seats along the top there. So yeah, there's already a handrail around the very top with the wooden top on it. But yeah. What's been moved there is finishing off the top. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more sections. We've done 1, so there's 5 bays. And then the first part, point number 1, is every single set of stairs running down right down to the middle is taking handrails right down to the bottom, which would actually have a benefit to nearly all users of that facility. So it's not just one stair handrail at the top, it'll go right down to the bottom on each one.
Just another question I've got. Have we got anyone with a disability or what I mean by that is not 100% to be able to walk down those and see whether it actually works rather than us put them in every second, like each row, but are they in the right spot, or do we have a way that we could actually get someone with bad hips or something to actually see whether it works all the way down? These I'm talking about the ones going down.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we could. I just think we are limited with space there. It's not as if we can move them much further forward because you'll block the aisle off. So they have been designed to meet building code and the shape and the design of them to meet all the code required for handrails. So you could do that exercise. I'm just concerned about, they might say it would be great if it's half a metre further forward but then you can't get in the aisle, so I'm just not sure that's gonna.
What about, because they don't go the full length from, obviously you've got to keep the walkway clear, but they don't go from there back to the back of the seat, do they? They're a bit short of that, aren't they?
They go right up against the back of the seat, like,
Page 5 and 6.
so they're anchored right up against the back ledge of the concrete.
So when you get to the next one, so they basically are the full width of the seat, really.
Correct. But probably not the base part, it's a bit narrow, obviously the base, but the head bit is nearly the full width of the seat, head shape, and yeah, that's the one that we move it forward much more, or you obviously can't move it back because you got the concrete upstand sitting there, but yeah, I don't think there's only a few mil where you can move it and it still work, but yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only real drama you're going to have, it's not so much people that can't, it's the actual, like, size, if they can't fit in physically size-wise, that'd be the only one, really, wouldn't it?
Go the other end.
They can down the front.
Yeah.
You can walk in, Joe and I did it, walk in the bottom,
And
and you can access all of those seats.
All the way down the southeastern end, where the handrail's on the wall, there'll be none of these down there, will there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's already a handrail on that side, so.
So you won't put these, so you can get down there, there's plenty of room on that.
Sliding.
Yeah.
So, and you know how they check back in fairly sharply, is there a reason that they're done like that? Like, is that just mimicking where the seat is, or?
I would say that's so you don't
Trip on the...
trip them when you're walking past them. You know, you've got the top frames this wide and the bottom's that wide, so if you're up against it, you're not going to get caught on the, you catch your pinkies on the bottom foundation, you know, where it's bolted down.
Or maybe that's another grab on that angle lower down.
Oh, it would be, then people on the edge to get up, be one you could use.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a fairly standard, that's nearly an Australian standard shape. It's for a second grab down the bottom, whereas you extend that straight down, you can't grab it, you'll slide down it, so, and that, but.
On the way up. It's a great
What about, could there ever be timber used on the top? You know, like obviously you got a timber back rail and we're going away from that with the gal. Could there be a piece of timber bolted to that top to give it a bit more country flavour, or not really?
It's just...
Got to be round.
We'd be able to grab.
And if you added that on top where we were sitting, you are going to, well, for my height, just under 6 foot, you are going to stop the line of sight.
Oh, sorry, no, not the horizontal one, the ones that are,
the handrail.
the handrail, just to give it a bit of timber flavour.
It wouldn't be code, I don't think. Deputy Cam.
Yeah, I can't answer that sort of without knowing the code. If the code allowed it, you could carve out the underside of a piece of timber and screw it on, but I'm pretty sure the circular, the 65 mils is a fairly standard sort of shape to grab, but yeah.
Because if that top one's timber, it must have been allowed.
Yeah, but it's not a
grab.
It's not a grab.
It's a lean on, like the bar, you know, because you're walking along and leaning on it.
Yeah, any other questions, councillors? Do we have a second for that motion? Oh, we've lost the screen again.
I'm happy to second that, Mr Mayor.
Have a second to councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Just to say, Mr. Mayor, that you know, as we've discussed in the past when we approved the opera event out there, the stud selling arena lends itself to be used for a lot of purposes. We've got to make sure that we're catering for different demographics, and age is one that we should be catering for, and people that may not have the confidence on their feet of any age to get up and down what is quite a steep set of stairs. So I think by increasing the number of seats that have a rail in front of them opens up more opportunity for people to feel more comfortable at that top level. But as was highlighted when we went out and had a look over the lunch break, you can access from ground level to the ground seats. And that opens up a lot more opportunities too. So thanks to the staff that have put the rails in for us to have a look at. I think it's a welcome addition, and I think the rest of it will add value to this facility as well.
I've got another question too. Will it mean that with this, because obviously we've only got some with this motion, there's only some with the handrail when you start walking along. Will we look at having a certain amount of numbers for people with disabilities, or will they be labelled that way? So we do our due diligence, or duty of care, that certain seats would be beneficial for anyone with any issues, like when they're done, or is there any way that we can reduce the risk of someone just picking any level and walking across it?
Mr. Mayor, I think that probably would come down to just the event planning a little bit. That if there was particular thing, like you could set up the first tier is dedicated for people that might feel a bit uncomfortable with the heights and all of that sort of stuff. So, but I think through this council report, I don't think so, but I think it's just something that the event planners need to be mindful of as part of their planning. That it's no different. We've been talking to the tour leaders and that with Paul, and they obviously use this middle section now quite as their priority section because it's got the extra handrails and that for the tourists. But I think it just comes down to an event, and it's something that I can take up with Manager Ed and his team and between Paul and myself, we can sort of help communicate that some signage it's not my area of expertise. I'm sure there's a respectful way of still achieving that there.
Just to warn people, that if you need a handrail, to use this level, because nothing worse if someone did fall over. And
as I said, I think there's a respectful way. There could be a sign as you come off that catwalk that says that council has provided some additional handrailing on the top rail, and those who feel a bit uneasy about the height, would encourage you to use that, and people that don't, feel free to sort of use other seats within the facilities.
Can I just double check? Was it as per the recommendation, Councillor Renewal?
Mr.
Making sure I didn't need to edit anything.
Mr. Mayor, and when we actually approved this in the original report, Officer Kim actually stated that she could actually have those seats outlined for the members of the public, that they need them as priority seats for that. She could hold them off and do that. So the staff are already looking at that for this event.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I think there was only one person that spoke for it, so there'd be no needing to sum up. Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
There's a couple we're just going to go into close.
They're laid over to next meeting.
No, there's two in the white that we're going to talk about in close.
I'll move we go into close.
We just need to update the schedule for what's going into closed.
Yeah.
No, but they're gonna. Do you mean the numbers, Madam CEO?
Yes, please.
CEO wants the updated ones that have gone into close.
L5.
Are we adjourning? Oh, so we are adjourning.
CEO just wants to catch up on those two things.
Bless you.
No.
L5.
Someone has to adjourn the meeting
And
so
L11.
Soph can press pause on the thing. Otherwise, there's this whole bit of the video which is nothing.
I'll move we adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophie.
Okay, we might resume if everyone's here. do we have any conflicts before we go into closed? I'll start off. Councillor Ladbroke, go ahead.
Yep. The item number, I have a conflict with item LC4, the descriptions unnamed section of Humphreys Road. The declaring that I, Councillor Ladbroke, myself, the personal, the interest arises from a result of council considering a matter under a local government act for which I have previously provided a written submission. My brothers-in-law have interest in the outcome of the council consideration due to owning property in the area near the unnamed section of road. Type of conflict, subscribed conflict of interest, and I will leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay, we've got one.
You just said it's LC2.
LC2.
It's LC2, not LC4 that's in the table.
Oh, sorry,
LC4 on here.
LC2.
Yeah, but on the actual, our papers,
right,
it's LC2.
Yeah, the new one. Yeah,
I don't look on the computer.
yeah, it's on the new one, LC2.
Okay, well, I'll also declare that the matter about who the personal, item number. I think it's LC1. LC1. Who is the matter about? Who has the personal interest? That's myself, my interest. So it's the self, and then heading down to declarable conflict of interest in relation to a matter I've previously declared a declarable conflict of interest, and I'll be dealing with this by leaving the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. Any other conflicts?
Mr Mayor, I got one on LC1, myself, Councillor Jeff McMullen.
Sure, we're still typing
Oh,
the
right,
last
okay.
one, sorry, Councillor.
thank you. Can I just have the title of LC1, please, Mr. Chair?
Authorisation to approve payment of legal fees. To approve payment of legal fees.
Thank you.
Righto, so we're, particulars of interest, as of the 10th of February 2021, I'm being investigated by the Office Independent Assessor for allegations of reprisal against the CEO of the Maranoa Regional Council. So the next one is type of conflicts declarable, and I'll be dealing with this by leaving the room while the agenda item is being discussed and voted on.
Righto. Any other conflicts? Okay, now do we have anyone to move into closed?
Mr Mayor, I'll move, we're going to close.
Do we have a seconder?
We've got to read that thing yet, have we, or not?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Where's
right.
the people have to read that?
Who will need to do that?
Just put it up on the screen.
In accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, a local government may resolve to close a meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors or members consider it as necessary to close the meeting.
Yeah, I did. I saw it on Councillor Burkett's device. Okay, we have seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. So we're going to move on to LC1, and as I've declared a conflict, I'll be leaving the room, and yeah.
I'll be leaving the room too because I've already declared a conflict.
And I'll go as well. Rob?
Yeah.
So I'll move a motion that, sorry. Motion that, since both the mayor and the deputy mayor have a conflict on this, that Councillor Cameron O'Neill takes the chair for this item.
I'll be opposing that motion, and I'll be nominating Councillor Guthrie.
So do we not get to call for a second first?
We'll put, well, I don't know.
Second.
I don't know. I haven't done this before, but
So you can't, I don't believe you could just, but we don't normally do that. You normally go to a vote and either gets up or down.
You seek a seconder first.
Oh, well,
You seek a seconder.
Someone should second Joe's
Yeah,
first
that's
and
what
then
we-
vote on that,
that's
and
what-
if it
Oh,
doesn't come up,
That's
then you
what
can
we-
move. Is that
That's what
right?
we normally do.
Have I learned anything
Yeah.
yet?
Yeah.
Against Chair?
Yeah. There and then if it doesn't get up, there's an
Okay.
alternate motion.
And I suppose in lieu of having somebody in the chair at the moment, Rob, do you call for a seconder or do I just ask for a seconder? Like I've moved the motion.
Yeah, just if there's a seconder for that.
I can second it.
Thank you.
Obviously, we're moving a seconder there. All those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Sorry, yeah, the motion is lost 3-4. Is there an alternate motion?
yeah, I'd like to move that Councillor Guthrie chair the meeting.
Have a seconder? Ladbrook? Okay. Are those for the motion? Those against? Motion was successful 4-3.
Thank you. Yes, please, thank you, really appreciate it.
Councillor, I think it's probably more administrative.
So just two things first. One is acting chair. Councillor Guthrie, I'd like to put it to the meeting how disappointed I am for the conduct of Councillor Edwards in the way that he approached this procedural motion. For him to interject the way that he did, opposing a nomination of me in particular, I found incredibly disrespectful, and it's not the conduct that I would expect from a sitting councillor of the Maranoa Regional Council.
Okay. Can I also suggest that this is an unusual set of circumstances? I don't think we've got a precedent. So I'm thinking that I'm happy to take that comment, but I'm also aware that this is just a very unusual set of circumstances, so perhaps we're finding our way.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Chair, I apologise for that. I'm very sorry, Councillor O'Neill. I didn't mean to do that. I haven't done this before, so I thought that was the appropriate time to do it. That was all. So there was no. I apologise for doing that. I didn't realise.
And I accept the apology, Councillor Guthrie, but I would like it on record that this isn't the first time we've dealt with this. We in fact, a precedent has been set. We've all had experience in dealing with this particular matter and the circumstances in which the Mayor and Deputy Mayor have excluded themselves, and that was the meeting in Yulbar. But to progress the meeting, I'll move we go into closed.
Okay.
I've got to read that thing out.
Do you need a seconder for that?
No, you've got to read this in accordance.
Yeah. So would somebody like to actually do the wording that we require to go into closed, please?
In accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, I've moved that the local government go into a closed part of the meeting, which is closed to the public to discuss confidential items that us councillors and members consider.
Thank you. Okay, so can you get the sign on the window,
I'll get it.
please?
Are we not voting? Or did I miss it?
No, we're going to open it. We're going to open it for discussion. I'm going to ask.
So just, sorry, I've moved. You need a seconder to go into closed.
Yeah. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Burkett. All those in favour? Okay, item number LC1, authorisation to approve payment of legal fees. Can I ask for a mover, please? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that 1, council confirm receipt of the service in accordance with scope A, and 2, authorise the deputy CEO or delegate to pay invoice 426729 and invoice 425301.
Okay, can I call for a seconder, please? Councillor Ladbrook. All of those in favour? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'll now. It's carried 7-0. You can ask the two gentlemen and I'll go. No, I'm only just doing. Thank you.
Your keys are on the floor over there, don't forget.
Cloudy up there too, aren't it? You might even get some. You might even get some rain there on those oranges, Councillor Edwards.
Might have got rain in Mitchellburg.
You seen the cloud?
Had to cancel the swimming lessons anyway.
Oh, in training too, I might have been.
No aspirations to be a mayor, I can tell you that.
Muscle memory.
Right, where are we up to?
Righto.
Where are we going to start?
CEO.
We've just done LC1.
Sharon
Could
did
do
shorthand.
LC2.
We've got that sorted. I used to do shorthand too. A long time ago.
Righto, we'll start with C1 if that's all right. Oh, good guess. C1, unallocated land, state land, lot 16 on BWR 25. Do we have a mover? I'll move that council advise the Department of Resources that it offers no objection to the purchase of unallocated state land described as lot 16 on BWR 25. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Can that go up on the screen there?
Page 11.
Golder for mover and McMullen for seconder.
It worked that time.
Okay,
And it was 9 all.
9 all. You can maybe blow it up a little bit wider if you can.
9-0.
9-0. We're right for the next one. Thank you. C2, State Government Surplus Property, Maranoa Region. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that council submit an expression of interest to the Public Safety Business Agency in land listed as surplus on the Government Land Register in the Maranoa region for the period of 8th February to the 15th February 2021.
We have a seconder. Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C3, Rate Payment Arrangement, 1500648. Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that council decline the applicant's payment arrangements and propose to the applicants a new payment arrangement so that all rates, charges and arrears accumulated will be paid in full by the 30th of June 2023, and that a report be brought back to an upcoming council meeting. Well, I'm not supposed to say the first part? Oh, yeah.
Well, I've taken it out.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
we're gonna add, are we gonna add that part?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're just going to add that part.
So, put to the mover, what would you like to move?
We were going to decline the offer, yeah, that's right, and report back to council. Yeah. That's what
We have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill.
I'm just picking up, sorry, the other part of it.
Okay, we have a mover and then a seconder was Councillor O'Neill.
Is that the right first part? And
Okay, do anyone wish to speak to the motion? Okay. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Councillor O'Neill. C4, Outback Tourism Infrastructure Fund, Project Variation, the big rig. We have a mover, Councillor Hancock.
One, submit a formal request for a project variation to the Outback Tourism Infrastructure Funding Body, requesting the milestone reporting for the Big Rig project be amended. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the variation form. And 3, an update to be provided to the Big Rig Interpretive Design Project Working Group.
We have a second.
Provide an update. Yep.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? You're right, CEO. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Moving on to the late closed. In the open. So we'll do late closed. If you've got it there. LC1. Oh, you've done that one, that's right, that's that one. Okay, thank you. LC2. Councillor Ladbrook has left the room. Are you all right? There's LC4, isn't there, too, or something?
Injune, getting it, 2 and 3.
Rainer, where?
Injune, Strat.
Yeah, it might be under a different number.
Oh. There it is.
Well, LC2.
It's the same, but isn't it? Looks the same.
Which one should have?
Clean your windscreen before I go home. Get ready for that big downpour.
Okay, LC2, unnamed section of road off Humphreys Road. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council. I've got to read out the receipt.
Rescind.
Do I need to read out the old one, or can I just say the council rescind resolution number OM-09.2020/93 in place with that council, 1, confirm resolution OM-05-2020-55 and advise the applicant that the request for a permit to occupy the unnamed section of road off Humphreys Road adjacent to lot 11 on WAL 53496 is not supported. 2, subject to compliance with the procedural requirements specified in local law number 1 administration 2011. A, cancel the licences for gate number 535 and gate number 536. And B, issue a compliance notice requiring the owner of lot 11 on WAL 53496 to fence the northern boundary of the unnamed section of road off Humphreys Road where the road abuts lot 11 on WAL 53496 to the extent that the land is not currently fenced, and remove the 2 gates from council's road network. 3, recognising that the actions as outlined in part 2 of this resolution do come at a cost to the landowner. A, provide a period of 9 months to complete action as outlined in part 2 of this resolution. And B, reimburse the owner of the licensed gates as contemplated in council's gates and grid policy incentive to fence out at a value of $1,500 per structure/gate. And 4, confirm that the unnamed section of road off Humphreys Road between the end of Humphreys Road and Brookfield Road be added to the council's road register and classified as rural access secondary.
So CEO, do you think that is enough? Obviously, we've got to be very careful. Is that enough of the rescission? So all the rescission recommendation has been read, but just the confirmation of the resolution.
What the new one is.
Yeah, so all the new one's been done, but only a little bit of the existing resolution.
I didn't read any of the initial. I referenced the number.
The number, yeah, just the number. So that's okay. Okay.
As long as there's certainty.
Righto.
As to what was going on.
Yep. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? That's 8-0.
Where are we at now?
LC3.
L3, councillors.
There we go.
Which one is that one?
It's a separate work.
The white one.
The white one.
I remember bringing it around. Got in yours, Mark. Yours stacked up.
Oh, here.
You got 2 of them? Don't know, do you?
The white one that came separately a while ago.
You must have put it.
I can see. No, that's tax and that's the minutes. No, but I don't know if it's his.
No, but it's,
I think I grabbed yours. Is it called LC3, is it?
Yeah, it's not there.
Adoption of the organisational structure. I'd like to move that council approve in principle the organisational structure as tabled for the meeting with the Employee Consultative Committee and senior management team on the 11th of March 2021, and then broader release to the workforce following, would it be that meeting, CEO? Following that meeting?
That meeting.
Yeah.
So that's tomorrow.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Chair, So,
yeah.
so by tomorrow night.
And there's no,
have access to that.
and obviously it can be changed, but it's in principle.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Sure.
Thank you.
Just read the minutes, I'm just checking.
Madam CEO, that's not what the mayor read out. He says that meeting
Which,
on the tail end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That meeting, not the meetings.
oh, sorry, that.
Yeah, there's two.
Following
there's
that
two-
meeting.
There's two meetings.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Oh.
what we thought we could do is we'll have the employee consultative committee, so only the leadership team and NOLA included in that, does that, and then the senior management team is all of the managers across the region, so we thought we'd have a separate briefing with them
Righto.
as well.
Okay, we'll go back to the meetings then. Should we put in there about the special meeting next week, or we can just call that?
You could put, with a view to holding a special meeting
Yeah.
next week.
Yep, I'd be happy to put that in there with the view to hold a special meeting next Wednesday, 17th for adoption. Would the seconder be happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I, councillor Burkett, 6-3 if I can call for a division.
I think councillors, you got L5, and then 13, back to 13.2.
L5, do we have a page number on that one, please?
29.
Thank you.
We also have to- Yeah. Confirm minutes.
L5, Queensland Rail Crossing Agreements. And I've already moved something on that.
Yeah, thank you.
So 13 point something, he said.
Thank you. Thanks for all your effort. Thanks. Really, Nola.
Get them wipers ready on the way home. Yeah. I'll sort those roofs out. Yeah, thanks. One small. Good one. My new car, yeah, didn't damage it.
Okay, so L5, Queensland Rail Crossing Agreements, I have moved. It's a little bit there. That's it. I've moved that council provide assistance to residents in their customer request system to help them to understand issues associated with the land and also what is detailed as part of the request from Queensland Rail. And that a report be prepared for an upcoming meeting on advocacy about the issues of residents and also council's own issues in regards to the same matters or similar matters, I probably should say, because they could be completely separate.
Mr Mayor, when you say that issues associated with the land, are we are we clarifying land ownership?
Oh, so
Is
for
that-
instance, you know, to do with these reserves, or if it's not reserves, it could be road reserve, it could be a different type of reserve, really so they understand where that land is, which we've obviously got benefit doing that, because we can say it. And, yeah, so it's really information.
Is it to clarify land ownership?
Yeah, land ownership and some general understanding of what, you know, like these corridors, you've got private and they drive onto something, no one really knows what that land is. We can help with that. Okay, do we have a second for that motion?
We didn't do that.
I don't think we did have one, did we?
No, we didn't.
No. Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Which one we got next?
11. Did you say 13.2 as well?
Yeah, that was, I was at the workshop one earlier with that LNG, said that technical difficulties.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah. It was from nine. That's right.
L11.
Don't want to go
What was that one about, please?
That was your report, Mr Mayor, that was the boxing one.
Page 58.
58.
Any more?
I think Rob said there's another one there.
No, it was,
Technical issues.
for whatever
shaken.
reason, it had left out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because of the nature of the report, councillors, I actually left the
That's
room
right, that's why
anyway.
we lost it. Because of all the, it was only half showing up there.
Okay, we're doing L11 training spaces, and I would like to move, or have I already moved on
No,
this
you
one?
haven't.
No, I'd like to move that council approve the space available on a trial basis at Bassett Park, if required by Quatsic, spelt CW.
Not capturing this, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, I'll wait.
Thank you.
Been doing a good job, CEO. Very glad to have Kelly back, I'm sure.
Did you get Director Sharon's shorthand too before?
Team effort.
Okay, you owe me $50 because it's going to be 8 o'clock.
All right, sorry. Okay, again, Mr Mayor.
That council, move that council make space available at Bassett Park on a trial basis, if required, for training of youth for boxing and exercise, and also an area to serve food for youth. And then the organisation is Quatsic, and it is spelt CWAATSICH. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook?
I just have a suggestion, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
I think we need to put Quatsic in, actually not in brackets. I think it's actually that council will make space available
For Quatsic.
to
Yeah,
Quatsic at Bassett Park on a
Righto.
trial basis.
Happy to take that.
It's got to be for somebody's got to be responsible.
Gives them
Yep.
ownership.
Yeah, and responsibility.
Is the seconder happy with that change?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you're going to have, Mr Mayor, you can have if required in brackets.
Sure.
Councillors,
An area to serve food to youth?
For the youth.
Serve food for the youth, so it should have a "the" in there.
Councillor, just the trial itself, how long do you envisage the trial? Can I suggest if you do it something like, just like say 6 months, after that, if it's successful, then, because the next step will be they'll have to probably enter into a user agreement.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which will sort of formalise the arrangement, which is similar to what we had with the previous group that we used on the
Righto.
site, so.
So I'm happy to put in there 6 months.
And that will see if they're fair income or not too.
So the seconder happy with those changes?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Certainly do believe we need to do something. We've got to get on top of crime, and we do have some challenges with issues in the community, and I do believe that being proactive and many groups getting involved can really help, and I do believe that we are the custodians of the community, and if we lead the way and support people that wanting to have a go, that we can make a difference and improve the lives of the youth in this area. If no one else wishes to speak, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay.
13.2 in the open. Page 390.
See you, Ron Q.
See you, mate. Have a good night, mate.
About us, we'll be
The minutes. We've got to read the minutes out wholly too.
Item 13.2, development application for a material change of use, educational establishment and outdoor sport and recreation. Reference 2020/20219. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the council approve the development application for a material change of use for an educational establishment and outdoor sport and recreation at 45, 47 to 49 Duke Street and 50 to 66 Bowen Street, Roma, subject to the listed relevant and reasonable development conditions and general advice.
Okay, so we were dealing this with before. Did we have to get? The screen.
We
That's
did
right.
have a typo in.
Oh, sorry, yes.
On 34.
And change on page 30, sorry, item number 30 at 34.
Changed it up.
On note from condition 27 to take 2.
Righto, do we have a seconder?
But there's also a spelling mistake with fate.
Yeah.
It should be F-E-T-E-S.
Councillor McMullen.
I'm happy with them
Sorry,
changes.
where was fate?
In the second line in 34.
School, fates, etc.
Oh. That's, thank you.
Okay, so the mover and seconder is happy with that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Sorry, who was the seconder?
Councillor McMullen.
Just, yes, Mr Mayor, just to say that I think it's a great initiative by the St John School. By the sound of it, they're the highest, got the highest amount of students in the Tormund Southwest nearly, so it's a great way to expand and also improve the sporting facilities for the, as well as a parking dilemma that they have, so I reckon it's a great initiative.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Councillor Mullen. Second, yeah. Sorry, I missed it again. Yep.
So, is that it? We've got the minutes.
Minutes.
Except for the minutes, yeah.
Fancy doing them at the end of the night, eh?
Might just adjourn for a minute or two, Mr Mayor, while everyone has a look.
Righto, we might just adjourn for a minute or two. We might keep going. Okay. We'll recommence. So that was, do we have anyone to move on the minutes of the ordinary meeting? 10th of March?
24th of February.
Sorry, 24th of February. we have any movers? Councillor Hancock.
I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 24 February 2021 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Any further business, councillors? On that note, I will close the meeting at 7:54 PM and thank you for your attendance.